third base, number 12, Nick Miller. Miller, the third baseman. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 31, Hunter Sandiford. Sandiford, the designated hitter. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 4, Caden Miller. Miller at shortstop. And on the mound, number 5, Jacob Palmer. The assistant coach is Kyle Shore, and the head coach is Chad Brown. And now, introducing the starting lineup for your TJC Apaches. Leading off, the right fielder, number 4, Troy Johnson. Johnson in right field. Batting second, number 6, the center fielder, Renee Galvan. Galvan at center field. Batting third, the left fielder, number 9, Ryan Brown. Brown in left field. Batting cleanup, the catcher, number 19, Finn Kayala. Kayala, the catcher. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 24, Cooper Scott. Scott, the designated hitter. Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 11, Cooper Hill. Hill at third base.
Good morning and welcome to Tyler, Texas. It's game number 3 between the Tyler Apaches and the Frank Phillips Plainsmen. Dr. John Groth on the pregame show. Did have a chance to catch up with both head coaches here a few minutes ago. We'll hear from them momentarily. Yesterday's ball games ended up being a sweep for the Apaches. He won in a walk-off game, 3-2. A big hit by Levi Reisenhover in the bottom of the 7th, walked off the Plainsmen in what was a really good pitching and defense ball game. And game 2 was just the opposite, a slugfest of major proportion. 19-10 was the final. Ugly baseball in various ways. Both coaches got to see some good things. There were also some things that certainly need to be cleaned up, but the Apaches came out on top in the nightcap, 19-10. And so we did talk to both head coaches about yesterday's game. Let's hear from the visiting coach, Chad Brown, right now.
All right, here we're outside the batting cages for Frank Phillips, the Plainsmen, and we're going to unpack these one at a time. So game 1, Cole gave you
You strand a couple at third, you strand a couple at second, and, at the end of the day, they capitalized on those moments, and we didn't, and that was the tale of the story.
It was a good baseball game. I enjoyed calling it back and forth. Like you said, baseball is a game of opportunity, and both teams had opportunities at various spots, and it just so happened they get a guy come off the bench and get a big hit at the end, strung a couple together, and there wasn't much of that in that first game, and I think, usually pitching's a little ahead of hitting, but it is what it is. That game was a good baseball game. Somebody's going to win it. Somebody's going to come away with a loss. But game 2, golly, you talk about the opposite.
Yeah.
I mean, it was ugly baseball on many levels.
Yeah.
Talk about, but, here's the thing that I saw, Chad. You guys were a couple of times a hit or two away from getting run ruled, and your guys really fought back. And so I got to believe you're pleased. There were some things to build on yesterday.
Yeah, no, 100%. We talked yesterday about all the new faces in the clubhouse, and the biggest come away from yesterday is just talking to the guys about the resiliency. You're in it until you're out of it, and for them to show that offensively, I think there's a lot to build on
the road.
There.
I mean, yeah.
Now it's just a matter of early on in the year, you got to find out who can do what in what situations, and you learn and move forward. And some of these freshmen, they're learning what college baseball is like. So we'll see what's to come here in the future.
Well, Tyler jumped out in that second game, and you guys a 6 and a 3, and all of a sudden, I've been involved in the games. I've been around the game long enough to see those kind of games totally turn around.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. We talk about it and preach about it being up in West Texas. The wind blows out, and a 4 on a day like that is nothing. Obviously, yesterday the circumstances were a little different, and it was just more gritty, grindy ABs. But it's just what we're preaching, and it's just going to show what these sophomores are doing, trying to pass the torch to these freshmen of not being out of it until it's over.
We got a little West Texas weather today. It is going to blow out. We had that cold front come through overnight. A little cooler. I think it's going to be fine for the guys out there. A little chillier for us that aren't playing. But the wind is going to blow out today. How is that going to affect today, you think?
Nothing changes for us. We talk about sticking to our approach and being who we are. And if we buy into that today and we stay true to who we are, I like our chances.
All right, so let's talk about your starter to wind this up. Who's going to get the ball on the mound to start for the Plainsmen today?
So we're going to go to freshman Jacob Palmer out of Pflugerville, Texas. We like what we've seen out of the young man. He competes. He's 3-pitch mix. So we'll see what he's got today as a true freshman getting the ball for the first time, and we'll ride him until we can't anymore.
Well, I think you used, both you guys emptied out the bullpen in that second game a little bit. So how is that bullpen holding up for this final game of a 3-game series?
We still have a few arms in the back end that we're ready to see. Obviously, going to see some more new faces.
That's what it's about, right? This early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Figure out who can do what, like I said, in what situations, and basically a sink or swim type mentality.
Well, Chad, thanks for what you're doing for these guys. 10 years from now, they're going to look back and remember what Coach Brown taught them about baseball, but more importantly about life and overcoming adversity like they did yesterday. So I appreciate, as a longtime coach, the grind that is this season. It's just getting underway. You got a lot of lessons to learn this spring, and I appreciate your willingness to grind it out with these guys and really use baseball to teach them about life. So, and thanks for taking time to talk to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck to you guys and Doug the rest of the way.
Thanks.
All right, a big shout out to Chad Brown for his time a few minutes ago down in front of the dugout just behind the batting cages. And even though the Plainsmen came up on the short end of both ball games, there were some things to glean. There were some bright spots that we'll talk about in today's broadcast for Frank Phillips. And that's the beauty of baseball. It's 0-0 again. And the cold front's come through the East Texas area. The wind is going to blow out today. And, boy, those pitchers better keep the ball down. It's going to fly out of here if you get it up in the air. So been a part of games many times on days like today. And it'll be really important for those pitchers to keep the ball down in the strike zone today. I also had a chance to catch up with Coach Wren, and let's hear his thoughts about yesterday's doubleheader.
All right, we're here in the coach's room with Coach Wren, and Doug, you got to be happy with the sweep. That first game, really good game. Walk-off win. Reisenhuber gets the big hit, and you got a good start from your starting pitcher. And, of course, Doug came in and really nailed it down at the end there. Talk about game one first, and we'll talk about game two.
Yeah, yesterday was a day in which we saw a little bit of everything, which was good and a little bad. But obviously getting 2 wins on opening day, getting a lot of guys in the game. That first game, right. There was a lot of guys that were in and out of that lineup, and we feel like we got a deep bench, and so we're going to try to use it when necessary. And so, obviously a rough start, top of the first. Colton goes out, couple hard hit balls.
Kind of settled in a little bit.
But he settled in, and that's what obviously means the most this time of year, right? Is you see how guys are going to react to innings like that, and to have a freshman on the mound who's been nursing a little bit of a sickness this week, go out there, have a rough first, and then really settle down. That game in a 7-inning game, if that is more than a 2 spot, if that is a 3 or 4
that easily
5,
could have been more.
Then that game could look totally different. So for him to minimize that, only allow 2, our offense scores 1 and maybe the third, and so now we got a ball game, right? And so it was really good to see him settle down. Obviously, Daniel, the bullpen, Daniel putting up zeros, Bauer shutting the door, and then the offense getting some timely hits and
walk-off win. That's an energy booster for your dugout. It's a confidence booster. So excited to see that in the first game of the season. So sometimes you don't have too many walk-offs in your season if you look back on it, and to have the first one be a walk-off, that could be something you can build on for sure. Game 2, different story. You guys jump out early with the bats. and then they come back and show some resiliency. So just kind of an ugly baseball game. And talk about that one.
Yeah, I think obviously very pleased from the offensive side of things. Had a lot of really good at-bats. We drove the ball really well. We hit with guys in scoring position. Just about scoring every inning.
Right, you did score every inning. You scored every inning.
Okay, that's what I thought. So, obviously very pleased from that standpoint. Had a chance. We're up 13-1.
Yep.
We're 3 outs away from a run goal.
The press box was rooting.
And so, ideal situation for a couple of freshmen to get their first outing. And so Will's out there. Will has thrown really well in the preseason. And so certainly didn't see that coming. And that's what this time of year is about. It's their first college outing. As much as we play in the fall and you enter squad, there's nothing like your collegiate first appearance. And so, for Jondal and Patterson, I spoke to them a little bit, during the game, after the game, getting their feet wet, settling the nerves, and just learning how to battle through that a little bit. Patterson didn't, the first couple batters, it was a little flare, and then the hard hit ground ball to Soto that he misplayed a little bit. But that's,
it's going to happen.
But then, it's kind of the response to that, right? And so, and there's also the mentality of a 13-1 ball game. And so, I would have liked, and I'm not necessarily thinking that these guys did this, but especially early on for those young guys, they got to come in and it's got to be a 0-0.
0-0, yep.
So, I think we kind of exhaled a little bit there and let them back in the ball game. And to their credit, they hit the ball, they walked, they took advantage, they crawled back in. They had some kind of tough at-bats there in those middle innings. But then good to see Gage come in and really settle things down. Thought he pitched really well. And obviously the offense continuing to kind of push the lead out. Mm-hmm. So, lots.
You
lots
responded to their response, which is also a good thing.
Absolutely, lots to take from in day one. Good to get a couple wins underneath our belt, and so hopefully we can finish off the series today.
Okay, so they are really aggressive swingers. I mean, they do not get cheated up there. Wind's blown out today. Who is going to get the ball to start this final game?
Yeah. So Sam Peterson, sophomore, Lindell native, it's got really, really good stuff. Okay. Really good. When he's in the zone, he probably has some of the most electric stuff that we have on our staff. So, obviously hoping that he comes out throwing strikes, he's in the zone, and we can play good defense behind him. Offensively, just kind of keeping with the storyline there of just quality at bats, staying in the big part of the field, and just stringing those together. So if Sam can give us a good start, we've got Grayson Murray's going to have a chance to throw today, and we got some other bullpen guys that we want to get out there and get their feet wet a little bit. So obviously it all kind of starts with Sam, getting us what we need right out of the gate. So.
Well, looking forward to calling it. It's cold front came through, wind's blown out. Could be a slugfest. We'll see how. Are we playing at 9?
We are playing at 9.
Okay. So looking forward to playing some real baseball today. Doug, thanks for taking the time.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, we're just a few moments from first pitch. Dr. John Groth with you. Glad to have you aboard. A cooler day. The cold front came through. The wind has shifted. It's blowing straight out today, so it's going to be a hitter's delight today. Drop and drive at home plate if the ball will get out of here if it gets up in that jet stream. So let's walk you through the lineups as we get ready to play baseball. Game 3 of the 3-game series between these two clubs. The Apaches won both of them yesterday. 3-2 walk-off win in Game 1 and a 19-10 victory in Game 2. And so this is the final game of this 3-game series. Both these teams will continue on with their season after today. The Frank Phillips Plainsmen 0-2 on the year. They're led by sixth-year head coach Chad Brown. Assistant coach is Kyle Shore. Here's the lineup that Coach Brown is put down. Leading off in center field, it's Jake Scott. Batting second, the catcher, Isaac Vega. Batting third, right fielder, Jordy Oriach. Batting cleanup, first baseman, Elijah West. Batting fifth, the second baseman, Kosi Suzuki. Batting sixth, left fielder, Tyler Spiteri. Batting seventh, third baseman, Nick Miller. Batting eighth, the DH, Hunter Sandifer. Batting ninth for the Plainsmen, shortstop, Caden Miller. On the mound for Frank Phillips, Jacob Palmer. Defensively for the Apaches, Ryan Brown in left field, Renee Galvan in center, Troy Johnson in right. Around the infield, Cooper Hill at third, Peyton Allen at short, Alan Lopez at second, Grayson Linsome gets the nod at first base, Finn Kayala behind the plate, and on the mound, 6'5", 215, a right-handed sophomore from Lindale, Texas, right up the road from Tyler, Sam Peterson. Peterson will get the nod. He's a Texas State transfer. Sam Peterson, the starting pitcher for the Apaches. The Apaches wearing their pinstripes today, all white with the kind of Yankee black pinstripes. Got the Apache Indian head logo on the left chest, the numbers on the right side of the uniform. Got the black ball caps with the Indian logo on the front of it. And Frank Phillips got their navy blue tops today with the Plainsmen across the chest. And they got their navy blue hats on today as well. So glad you're with us. It's a little cooler today, 50 degrees right now. We're supposed to get to 60, and we actually had a couple of cracks of what may be sunshine earlier during batting practice, but so far it looks like we got a pretty good cloud deck today. Probably won't see a lot of the sun. For the players, it'll be fine. It'll be a little chilly and plenty of blankets and hoodies all over the ballpark today. So just about ready to play ball. Game 3 of the 3-game set. Welcome to Tyler, Texas. I'm Dr. John Groth, and we're ready for baseball. Peterson pumps a strike in there. We're underway, 12:01, so just 1 minute late. Again, 50 degrees, north-northwesterly winds, 17 miles an hour, 80% humidity today here in Tyler. Fastball misses high. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. The lights have been flipped on, so the candle's on early here today at Mike Carter Field. And thankfully we got the heater on. So we had a little issue with the heater earlier. And thank you to Greg Prieston for helping us out with that. TISD Athletic Director. Three balls and a strike to leadoff hitter Jake Scott, the center fielder. And there's a leadoff walk. There goes the perfect game. So first walk of the afternoon for Sam Peterson. That will bring up Isaac Vega. So Jake Scott yesterday was a 1-for-6 hitter in that doubleheader. Here's Isaac Vega, and he's catching. He'll step in from the left side. And Vega yesterday, 2-for-5 in the doubleheader. He caught in game 1. And I want to say he was DH in that second game. Yeah, he DH'd in the second game, so he played in both ball games. Very similar lineup for both games yesterday for Coach Chad Brown in his 6th season. Kyle Shore is coaching first base. He's the pitching coach. And Coach Brown's got the hoodie on. Kyle Shore's got the long sleeve pullover on today. 1 ball, 1 strike to the 2-hitter, Isaac Vega. Well, my email address is on the front screen there. If you want to shoot a note up, we'll give you a shout out on the air. I have a few more pokes here on a Saturday. People can get off work. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Had good response on the email yesterday, and awful good to hear from where you're watching from. What kind of weather you got? It's always fun to hear. You know, we give our weather update here at the beginning of the ball game and throughout the game. I'd love to hear from where some of you are watching. There's a called 3rd strike, and there's the first strikeout of the day for Peterson, and there's 1 away. So a walk and a strikeout. We've seen feast or famine here from Sam Peterson. Here's Jordy Oriach, the right fielder. He'll step in from the left side. And Oriach, 2 for 7 in yesterday's doubleheader. Had a double. So he's gotten off to a nice start in his 2024 season. First pitch is in there, strike one. 2-man umpiring crew today. And I'm guessing that as I talked with Coach Wren about that, we're going to have mostly 2-man crews for our games. We had a 3-man crew yesterday. It's kind of nice. Get that extra set of eyes over there, especially on those check swings. Here's the 0-1. That's going to miss high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Little surprised Peterson's not wearing sleeves today. I mean, it'll be plenty comfortable for him, but, 50 degrees with the wind blowing in his face, a little chilly. And I guess in the dugout he'll probably wrap up with something. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Misses high, 2-1. Runner at first, 1 out. Jake Scott drew a walk to lead this ball game off. He led off both games yesterday and did have 1 stolen base in the first game. 2-1 delivery, catches the corner, 2-2. Well, they're using the pitch comm here. They got to watch. If you see Sam Peterson looking at his wrist like he is right now, Coach Rob Winslow, the pitching coach, he's got a little iPhone thing. He just calls the pitch from the dugout. It shows up on the watch screen of the pitcher. The 2-2 pitch. Lined out of play to the left. That's going to be well above the Avalon over there. And the count is 2-2. So the pitch comm, the catcher has a watch. The middle infielders have watches. And the pitcher has a watch. And I know Coach Wren talked about getting a couple of extra, maybe letting that center fielder have one. And maybe having 1 or 2 in reserve in case some of them glitch out on him. Boy, he got fisted and battled and fought it off. Count remains 2-2 on Oriach. And he's batting in that 3 spot, and he's held that 3 spot down in all 3 ball games. Big left-handed hitter. Playing right field again today. Here's the next 2-2 delivery from Peterson. The kick and the pitch just missed. And there's where the 3-man crew, and he thought he was a strike. Oriach held up. I don't think he swung at it. But sure we'll have some check swings today that are probably closer than that one. But kind of looked like Finn Kayala thought it was strike 3. 3-2 pitch. Might be going on the pitch. Let's see. Not running. And he fouls it off. That was a fastball. And Oriach just missed it. Kind of shortened up his swing and just got under that a little bit. Fouled it straight back into the net. Well, another first inning where Sam Peterson, this will be pitch number 18. Ground ball to first, knocked down, and you step on first base. Good job there by Grayson Linscomb of knocking that ball down. That could have easily been a hit. They'll get the second out of the inning on a 3 unassisted. Now it's first baseman Elijah West. And Elijah West, a 3 for 6 day. He's hitting 500 on the year. He had a double yesterday. He also had an RBI. So good start to the season for this young man. We saw him drill a double down the right field line yesterday. First pitch. Ground ball is short, and Allen picks it, throws it high, and no, not in time. Good hustle by Elijah West. That'll be an error. E6 as ball almost hit the base runner, Jake Scott, and he jumped up, and Peyton Allen fielded it cleanly, but when he threw it across the diamond, it took Linscomb off the bag, and by the bag ran Elijah West. So first and third, 2 outs for Kosei Suzuki. And Suzuki played in both games. He was 2 for 9 yesterday with a run scored and a double. He did have a double. And he drove in 3 runs yesterday, so he had a nice ball game. or a nice doubleheader, I should say. So first pitch was fouled off. It's 0-1. A 1 pitch, going to miss low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sam Peterson trying to keep the donut on the board here in the first inning. And in that opening game yesterday, the Plainsmen scored 2 runs to take an early lead, but that would be the only runs they would score in the whole ball game. The Apaches would come back and score 3. There's a base hit, and just like yesterday, Plainsmen will take the lead in the first. It's 1-0. Good piece of hitting by Suzuki. RBI single the other way. And good base running by Elijah West gets him to third base. Jake Scott scores easily, and the Plainsmen are leading 1-0. And basically you got the same situation. Runners in the corners with 2 outs. Here's Tyler Spiteri, and this fella did not play yesterday. Tyler Spiteri, give you some information on him. 6'3", 225. Spiteri is from Sydney, Australia. So they got a couple of down-under players through the Plainsmen. And this will be his first plate appearance of the 2024 campaign. We'll check on those emails here in a minute. 0-1 pitch. In there for a strike. It's 0-2. Well, had a bunch of emails yesterday. Let me know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and maybe even a weather report. Tell me what the weather's like where you're at. It's always interesting. We get a lot of the nation under some winter weather. The 0-2. Just missed, boy. Perfect pitch right there from Peterson. He thought he had strike 3 and started walking toward the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Try to minimize here. We heard Coach Wren on the pregame show talk about how important it was in that first game for Colton Cross to minimize and only give up 2 in the first. Same situation here. The 1-2 pitch, that's going to miss high, and it's even now, 2-2. That first inning could have been a lot worse for Colton Cross, and he was able to keep the run total down. That inning ended with 2nd and 3rd, and he got a strikeout and a ground out to get out of trouble. Deuce is wild with 2 on. The pitch, swing and a miss, got him, and there you go. Nice job by Peterson. 2nd strikeout of the inning, but the Plainsmen do get 1 run on 1 hit. They'll leave 2 on. And our score after 1/2 inning, it's Frank Phillips 1 and the Apaches coming to the plate. All right, we've had our first email check-in. Would love to hear from where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. We've heard from Scott and Sarah Miller, and they are watching from Portland, Oregon. So thanks for checking in. They're saying it's raining there. It's not freezing rain anymore, so I'm happy for that. Travel safe in those cooler weather conditions. We had a little winter snap last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago. We missed a day of school. We did have weather in the teens, and we got about a 1/4 inch of snow, maybe 1/2 inch of snow here in Tyler, and that shuts the whole city down. So I know most of you that are in the colder climates are laughing at that, but absolutely no snow removal, and when the roads get slick at all, they shut everything down, and they are very limited in their ability to actually put salt on the roads as well. So we're on the uptick on the weather. We're in the 50s today. We're going to try to get to 60, but the clouds still covering most things up here. But with the artificial turf and all the rain we've had earlier in the week, we're good to play baseball. So thanks for checking in, Scott and Sarah Miller from Portland, Oregon. And looks like we got another person from El Paso, Ruben and Erica Reyes, watching from El Paso. Sun City, 53, lots of sun. All right, send it our way. Frank Phillips rooting for Isaac Vega. So appreciate the check-ins there. Keep them coming along. This is Dr. John Groth in Tyler, Texas. Let's walk you through the Tyler lineup as we get this one underway. First time for them to hit here in Game 3 of the series. Coach Doug Wren is in his 15th year. The Apaches are 2-0. Troy Johnson will lead it off, the right fielder. Batting second is center fielder Rene Galvan. Batting third, left fielder Ryan Brown. Batting cleanup, the catcher Finn Kayala. Batting fifth, the DH, Cooper Scott. Batting sixth, third baseman Cooper Hill. Batting seventh, the first baseman Grayson Linscomb. Batting eighth, the second baseman Alan Lopez. And batting ninth for the Apaches, shortstop Peyton Allen. Give you the defensive alignment for the Plainsmen just a moment. First pitch in there, strike one. That's from Jacob Palmer. Tyler Spiteri, the Australian, in left field. Jake Scott is in center. Jordy Oriach in right. Around the infield, Nick Miller at third base. Caden Miller is at short. At second base is Kosi Suzuki. At first, Elijah West. Behind the plate, Isaac Vega. And on the mound, 6'2", 165, a right-handed freshman from Pflugerville, Texas. That's down in the Austin area. Jacob Palmer. 1-1 pitch, drilled foul down the third base line. And it counts 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, Sam Peterson ended up throwing 27 pitches in that first inning. So certainly something you want to try to get a hold of there. That's a pretty high pitch count for 1 inning. Strike 3 call. Johnson is down on strikes. And Jacob Palmer gets his first strikeout of the afternoon. 1-0 Plainsmen as we bat here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's Rene Galvan. And try to pull up some numbers from yesterday's doubleheader. Had a notion, but held up. If you're interested in keeping up with all the stats during the games, Austin Hummel is keeping those live stats. He's sitting to my right at this very moment. And you can have more stats than you ever wanted to see during a ball game. If you just go to the Apache Athletics website, click on the live stats button for this game, which is right on the schedule. And you'll be able to see probably more than you ever thought was possible during a college baseball game. 1-1 pitch is inside. It's 2-1. Galvan yesterday, nice doubleheader. He was 5 for 5. 4 runs scored, a homer, and 5 RBI. Not a bad start to the 2024 season for the center fielder, Rene Galvan. He's at the plate now, a 3-1 count. Troy Johnson, who led off on yesterday's doubleheader. He was 2 for 6 yesterday. Did score a run, had a double, and he had a couple RBIs yesterday. So that game yesterday, 19-10, you're going to get some numbers in those kind of ball games. So some of these guys off to a really nice start of the season on the stats side of things. 3-2 pitch. Missed high, and there's the first walk. There goes the perfect game. So Galvan will go down to second base. Here's Ryan Brown. And Ryan Brown in yesterday's double dip, he was 3 for 5, couple of runs scored, 2 doubles. He had a home run. He had 5 RBI. So Brown in the 3 spot in the lineup for the Apaches. 1 out, 1 aboard. Catches the corner, strike 1. Tall, lanky right-hander Jacob Palmer, the freshman from Pflugerville. Pflugerville, just outside of Round Rock down there in North Austin, the central part of Texas. Snap throw over, and Galvan back safely. Trying to see if Rene did have a stolen base yesterday. He's got 1 on the season. And a couple of snap throws over there. Apaches 3-2 winners in the opener yesterday in what was a really well-played pitching and defense type of ball game. And then the floodgates opened on both sides 19-10 in the nightcap. Both games were 7-inning affairs. They actually reduced the second game to a 7. We got a light pole out here at the ballpark, and so Coach Wren, Coach Brown mutually agreed to go ahead and kind of stay away. We had a really cloudy day yesterday, and they've already turned the lights on today, so did not want to have guys out there where you couldn't see the baseball. It wasn't quite that dark, but just want to be safe. And the other thing we had impending at that point was some rain. We got some rain over after the ballgame ended. And so probably was good to go ahead and shorten that second game up. Today will be a 9-inning affair unless either team starts putting some big numbers on the board, and we have a run rule situation. But this is scheduled to be a 9-inning game today. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ryan Brown at the plate. There goes the runner. You throw it down, and safe. Mr. Umpire took his time there. Looked like he was having a little prayer meeting to decide whether he's going to call him out or not. And time called. I don't know if Galvan got injured or not. He's kind of on one knee right on the bag. Miguel Vega's got the full hoodie on today, as does Nico Ruedas at first. And here comes Coach Wren. We're going to have, well, and here comes the trainer. So we're going to have 5 guys. Well, it looks like he's okay. I don't know. Might have got some stuff in his eyes. I know we've got some unique material in the fill part of this new turf. And when you go head first like that, a lot of that's going to go right in your face. So probably advisable to slide with your mouth closed here. Well, Ruedas has got a smile on his face, so I think Renee's okay, and he'll get his second stolen base of the season. He's in scoring position now with 1 out. That pitch misses low, and it's a full count now on Ryan Brown. Finn Kayala waits on deck for the Apaches. 1-0 Plainsman here. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. We'll do it again. Palmer now 16 pitches in his first inning of work, and there's still only 1 out. With that first inning, you study baseball, there are more runs scored in the first inning than any other inning in baseball. So it speaks to those starting pitchers kind of getting settled in. If you can get them before they get settled in, you got an opportunity. There's another strikeout. 2 strikeouts, both of them looking here in inning number 1 for Jacob Palmer. With 2 outs, Finn Kayala steps in.
Now batting, number 19, the catcher, Finn Kayala.
So we're at the cleanup spot. Runner at second. Apache's trying to tie this ball game. Palmer from the set. Boy, pretty good spot right there. Just missed. Not by much. Well, you just never know. We might see Mr. Sunshine before the day's over, but not yet. We had little hints of him during batting practice. I saw little hints of him on the way over to the ballpark today. Line drive into right field. That's extra bases. And the Apaches are going to tie this game. Kayala chugging to second. He's thinking about going to third, and he's probably better off staying there. And good piece of hitting right there by the Apache catcher. He drives in the first run of the ball game for Tyler. Well hit ball into that corner. RBI double. And Galvan scores, and we are tied at 1. Well, I got a feeling today's going to be a little bit more of an offensive game as the wind is blowing out, and both these clubs are aggressive at the plate. Ground ball up the middle, gets through, and Kayala will be waved home. 2-1 Apaches. Cooper Scott drives in his first run of the season. And back-to-back hits for the Apaches have given them the lead here in inning number 1.
Now at the plate, number 11, the third baseman.
Here's Cooper Hill. Cooper Hill will step in. And Yesterday, Hill 1 for 4 day. Did have a double. Did not have any RBIs. 2-1 Apaches. And there's a good block there by Isaac Vega. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, you can barely see the flag in right in your screen, and it's blowing straight out, and it's pretty stiff. Ground ball to first. West steps on the bag, and there's your inning. 3U if you're scoring at the house. The Apaches come back and get 2 runs on 2 hits. They'll leave 1 runner on, and after 1 complete inning, your score from Mike Carter Field in Tyler, Texas. Tyler 2, Frank Phillips 1. Back in just a minute.
The third baseman, Nick Miller.
Welcome back to Tyler, Texas. Dr. John Groth with you. Top of the second inning here as we play on. 2-1 Apaches. First pitch, fastball misses up and away. Ball 1. 7-8-9 for Frank Phillips. This is Nick Miller, third baseman. Step in from the left side. Face the right-handed sophomore from Lindale, Texas. A Texas State transfer. Sam Peterson, 6'5" and 215. Second pitch misses, and it's 2-0. Nick Miller, 2 for 7 yesterday. Couple of runs scored. He did have an RBI on the day, so off to a nice start. 3-0 here to lead off the second inning for Peterson. And there's ball 4. A 4-pitch walk. That'll be walk number 2 for Peterson. And that'll bring up the DH, Hunter Sandifer.
The designated hitter, number 31, Hunter Sandifer.
Sandifer, 1 for 2 yesterday. He scored a run and also had a couple RBIs. Caught in one of the games. And he did not play in game 2 yesterday. No, he did not play in. He didn't play in game 1. Yeah, he did start in game 2. So he caught in the second game. Was 1 for 2, a single to left, an RBI, a strikeout, couple of walks. So he reached base 3 of the 4 plate appearances yesterday. First pitch was a strike. It's 0-1. We'll get to those emails here in between innings. Appreciate many of you checking in. Keep them coming. Started this ball game at 50 degrees, which after last week we were in the teens, so it was a hard freeze for East Texas, and we had below freezing temperatures for about almost 3 days straight, which is kind of a big deal in this part of the country. I know for many of you you have 3 months of below freezing. I coach in Alaska in the summers, and they kind of chuckle at some of the things that we have to deal with here. We have 19 to 21-hour days in Alaska in the summer, but in the winter it's just the opposite. In the winter, obviously, you have very cold temperatures and an awful lot of snow up there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that ball's in the dirt. A wild pitch is going to allow Miller to second. So Kayala tried to block it, but when he did so, he could not pounce on it quick enough. It hopped away from him, and a good job of getting to second by Nick Miller. Runner at second, nobody out in a 2-2 count on the 8-hitter, Hunter Sandifer. Plainsman with the tying run in scoring position here in inning number 2. Here's the pitch. Off the plate, Kayala able to trap that one below him. And it's a full count. Well, we've got the brand new artificial turf here at Mike Carter Field. And it was artificial turf prior to this year, but it was been out there for about 7 or 8 years, and evidently the contract allowed the TISD to replace it, and it's a beautiful looking turf. Going to play a little different than the older worn turf that was here, and there's a different fill on this turf as well. So, of course, you can see the stripes in the outfield. That's a little different feature. They also colored the infield, which I kind of like. And here comes the train at 12:31 as Sandifer draws the second walk of the inning.
Now at the plate, the shortstop, number 4, Caden.
So you got 2 on, nobody out for the 9-hitter, Caden Miller, their shortstop. And the 12:31 right on time here as we got a train track that goes right behind the right field wall. And that wind continues to whistle straight out. So Miller at the plate. He's going to show bunt, and he fouled it off. I thought he tried to pull back, but didn't do so in time. And it looked like that ball might have gone off of Kayala's mask. He's kind of walking it off right here. And looks like he's going to be all right. No balls and a strike. Caden Miller yesterday, 1 for 6 on the day. He did score a run and actually drove a couple in. So an awful lot of those Plainsmen have RBIs in the column for that number. And so both teams, especially in that 19-10 ball game, they have a lot of stats rolling up. 0-1 the count, the pitch. He will bunt this time, and Linscomb got a pump it, and they got him. We had Lopez covering the bag, and Linscomb was able to, he kind of had to double pump it, and he finally did make the throw over. So that'll go 3-4 on the sacrifice. Both runners move along, and it's second and third, 1 out for the leadoff hitter, Jake Scott. He drew a walk his first time out. The question here, Coach Chad Brown is going to ask whether I don't know if he's asking about interference on that play or whether he was on the bag. I thought he might have missed the bag with his foot. That's what it looked like to me. Alan Lopez was doing a little Texas two-step over there and trying to catch the ball at the same time. And Coach Brown has got a question for the home plate umpire about something. And I don't know that there's going to be any kind of change here. They're having a pretty stern. I don't know. It's not a contentious discussion, but they're face to face right now. So. All right. Well, Coach Brown is they're going to actually have a meeting here and make sure that they got this call right. And Coach Brown's made an appeal to the first base umpire about some part of that play. And I wasn't sure that Lopez got his foot on the bag when he caught the ball. That would be that's the way I saw it. If you're watching on, you could probably scrub it back. And I think the question was whether the foot was on the bag, and the field umpire just put the right hand in the air, verifying that, yes, in fact, he was out. So second and third, one out. And back to the top you go with Jake Scott. Again, a walk for Scott. He scored the Plainsman run in inning number 1. We're in the second inning, and now the Apaches are going to bring their corner infielders in, even with the bag, cut this run down. The middle infielders are going to stay back and concede the run. Peterson, the full windup now with second and third. Misses high, ball 1. Well, it's interesting. It's just a different era of baseball when you got the catcher and the pitcher looking down at their wrist for the pitch. It's a different. We've had the pitch comm in the ear of the catcher, and now we got the time where you can look down on a watch. And I don't know if either middle infielder are wearing those. Well, looks like Allen looked down at his wrist. Didn't look like Lopez did. 2-0 the count. 2 on for the Plainsmen. Missed inside, 3-0. Well, the truth is the walk isn't going to kill you here because it sets up a double play. So this is one of those times in the game where a walk will not absolutely be the horrible thing for the Tyler Apaches. And Sam Peterson. Here's the 3-0. Catches the corner, 3-1. Jake Scott, 1 for 6 in the double dip. Did have an RBI yesterday. And there's ball 4. So 3 walks in the inning. And that's 4 walks in the game for Peterson. And the bases are loaded. Again, that walk doesn't do much damage for you, and it actually sets up an infield double play. But you got to go to work right here, make some quality pitches against Isaac Vega. Stay down in the zone, try to get him to pound something into this turf, and let your infield go to work. 1 out, bases loaded. From the set, the pitch. Popped up left side, that's going to drift foul. Well out of play and out of range of that Avalon. They put signs on the fence where I park. It says, park at your own risk, foul ball area. So I've gotten hit more times than I want to know. I got dents all over my hood and my trunk, and I've gone through a windshield or 2 out there. So I've been coming out this ballpark for 30-plus years. Next pitch misses. It's 1-1. .48 pitches now for Peterson, and that's not what you want here in the second inning. You're probably going to have to go into that bullpen before you wanted to if you're Coach Winslow. 1-1 pitch, got in on the hands there. Good pitch, and it's 1-2. Well, the Plainsmen will have a pretty good trip, 471 miles back to Borger, Texas after this ball game. And you put a stop in there, or a couple of stops, it's going to be probably 8 or 8.5 hour bus trip. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Thought about it, but ball drifted low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I was talking to a couple of fans down there, grandparents of one of these guys, actually, and they knew 2 or 3 of the players, and they made the trip in. And God bless them. They had blankets and hoodies, and they were all ready to go. They say it's pretty. It's obviously going to be cold in West Texas, in the Panhandle area, a lot colder than it does get here in East Texas. So this was kind of nothing for them. 3 balls and 2 strikes. You're 1 pitch away from tying the ball game. The payoff pitch from Peterson, and there's another walk. He's walked 4 in the inning and 5 in the ball game. And everybody moves up a station, and we are tied. And here comes Coach Winslow. Coach Winslow got the full hoodie on, making the visit to Sam Peterson. And 52 pitches now, and there's still only 1 out in the second inning, so certainly not ideal here. You're going to have to probably dive into that bullpen before you wanted to. And we are going to get some activity now. And who is that? 22? Grayson Murray is going to start getting loose in that Apache bullpen. As Peterson has had some trouble throwing strikes here. He's had 5 walks in the first inning and a third. And we had this surface in Game 2 yesterday for really both pitching staffs. There were moments in that game, a 19-10 affair, where neither bullpen could really find the strike zone consistently. And when you can't do that, you're going to have high-scoring games. Now, stepping in is Jordy Oriach. Hit a ground ball to first his first time up. He's 0 for 1. First pitch. Off the plate, ball 1. And on a day where you probably expected maybe plenty of offense because the wind blowing out, what you don't want to do is give the offense any help here. And that's kind of what's happening right now. 4 walks in this inning alone. Here's the 1-0. And there's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, with 1 out, you're still just 1 pitch away from getting out of trouble here. Again, important for Peterson to try to minimize this inning as Murray starts to heat up down in that Apache bullpen. The 1-1. Off the plate, 2-1. Well, that wind continues to blow straight out. Got pennants to our right and left, and they are blowing straight out at this ballpark, at northwesterly. Started out at about 17, probably gusting into the 20s. That ball misses. It's 3-1. And boy, I don't know how quickly Murray is going to get loose, but you just hate to see runs come across without any kind of offense. But you're 1 pitch away from walking in a second consecutive run for the Plainsmen. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Healthy swing right there by Oriach. And it's 3-2. Well, Oriach is the 3-hitter in the lineup, so you're in the spot in the lineup where you're going to have some aggressive swings. Ground ball to short, you backhand it, you get 1 at second, throw to first. Got him! Really nice play by the Apache defense. A backhand by Peyton Allen, and a good turn by Lopez, and a good pick by Linscomb. All 3 infielders made good plays, and the Apaches dodge a bullet in getting that key double play. 6-4-3 if you're scoring at the house. We're tied at 2. We go to the bottom of the second for the Apaches. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. Linscomb, Lopez, and Allen. The 3 guys that just turned that double play are coming to the plate. Back in a minute.
Leading off for the Apaches, first baseman, Grayson Lincecum.
Grayson Lincecum will lead it off for the Apaches. And boy, what a nice double play. See if the Apaches can pick up some energy off that defensive play there. Put a star by that double play because that got them out of a hole. Bases loaded, one out. And really good plays on all three sides of it. Allen, good job at short. There's a chopper to third base. And this is Nick Miller throwing across, and there's one out. 5-3 if you're scoring at the house. Lincecum's out. Here's Alan Lopez.
Number 1, Alan Lopez.
Alan Lopez did a good job on the turn there on that double play to get the Apaches out of trouble. So interesting. All three of those guys are coming to the plate this inning. Alan Lopez and Lincecum. First pitch in there, strike one. Two runs on one hit for Frank Phillips. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Apaches. Off the plate. Counts even, 1-1. Peyton Allen, the shortstop, who started that double play, waits in the on-deck circle. Boy, off the end of the bat, going to have to hurry, and they flip it over, and good job by Jacob Palmer to get over and cover the bag. 2 outs. Here's 9-hitter Peyton Allen.
Shortstop, Peyton Allen.
Peyton Allen yesterday was 1 for 5, couple of runs scored for the Apache shortstop. Played both games. He'll get his first plate appearance here in Game 3 of the 3-game set. Apache's trying to sweep the first series of the year. Both these teams will have the week off and they play another 3-game series next weekend. Eastern Oklahoma State College coming to Mike Carter Field. The Apaches open the season with 11 in a row at home. So not a bad way to start. After that next weekend series, you got a single 9 on a Monday against Mountain View, and then you got the big tournament. Probably as good a tournament as there will be anywhere in America this spring in terms of the ranked teams coming into Tyler. Go through that a minute. We went over that yesterday, but we'll go over it again here in a little while. Some really high-level and highly ranked teams in the preseason NJCAA poll are coming to this field, and that'll be a great test for these Apaches. 2 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Off the plate, 3-1. Boy, got one up and just going to curve foul. Off the bat, looked like it might have a chance to get down, but barrel hooked that thing and it's a full count with 2 outs. Nobody aboard right here as Jacob Palmer is about to throw his 33rd pitch of the ball game. Up the middle and through for a base hit. And that'll be a single for Peyton Allen. Be his second hit of the series. Now it's Troy Johnson's turn. He struck out looking his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. Troy Johnson in yesterday's doubleheader was 2 for 6. Well, let's just see. Not sure they're going to try to get Allen to second here, but you'd like to get him over there if you could. 2 outs, not going. First pitch is in there, strike 1. Sam Peterson has thrown 58 pitches in 2 innings of work. So his pitch count, I think they're going to throw him back out there for one more. We'll see. And they may not, though. Murray is done throwing. So they may go straight to Murray here. We'll see. Can't tell if he's hanging around that bullpen down there or if he's come down to the dugout. But Murray was getting hot and ready to come in the ballgame, so it may be that they go right to him here in the top of the 3rd. I mean, getting that double play ball is not a bad way to end your outing, but maybe the thought pattern here is just get him out on a good note instead of having to go get him if he starts walking guys. Here's the 0-2. There goes the runner, and you swing and a miss, and you tag that runner, and that'll be it. Strikeout swinging for Troy Johnson is strikeout number 3 for starter Jacob Palmer. No runs on one hit. You leave one on base. And we're through 2 complete innings, and we're right where we started. It's 2-2. Back in just a minute. All right, we've had a defensive change for the Apaches. Austin Page is now catching. So Page will be batting for Finn Kayala in the cleanup spot, and he's now going to perform the catching duties. And the big question we had was who was going to be pitching, and it is the starter, Sam Peterson, back on the mound. Elijah West swings and misses at the first pitch of the inning, and it's 0-1. 4, 5, and 6 for Frank Phillips. West, Suzuki, Spiteri to come to the plate here in the top of inning number 3. 2-2 our score. Playing a real baseball game today. First 9-inning ball game of the season for these two clubs. Wind blowing out today. The 1-1. Big swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, you'd love to have Sam Peterson from the Apache side come in here and just shut things down. One-two pitch, got him. And Austin Page will throw it down and get the out. So strikeout swinging and a 2-3 put out will make 1 out. Here's Kosei Suzuki. He had a base hit to right field and an RBI his first time up. Drove in that run in the first inning for the Plainsmen. Well, we haven't checked. We need to check the emails here. We probably, we got a few people have checked in. First pitch is going to miss outside, ball 1. Helen and Dan O'Hare rooting on the Apaches and their grandson, Kay Daniel. Beautiful blue sky, 41 in Laverne, Oklahoma. So glad you're seeing Mr. Sunshine. We're not getting much of it yet. It's trying, but not quite yet here in East Texas. So thanks for checking in, Mr. and Miss O'Hare from Laverne, Oklahoma. Rooting for Kay Daniel. The 2-0 pitch, that's in the dirt. And it's 3-0. All right, we got a couple more checking in from Lubbock. Papa G and Gam. There's ball 4. Suzuki draws the walk, and you have a runner at first, and that'll be walk number 6 for the starter, Sam Peterson.
Now at the plate, the
And
left
Grayson Murray
Terry.
already up and tossing here. And this might be the last batter for Sam Peterson, depending on the outcome of this at bat. Here's Tyler Spiteri, young man from Australia, struck out swinging his first time up. First pitch. High and inside. Oh, no, it isn't. It's strike one. Excuse me. Well, thanks for checking in. Papa D and Gam watching from Lubbock, rooting for the Plainsmen. The 0-1. That's going to miss high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Love to hear from wherever you're watching from, who you're rooting for. Maybe if you've got some weather updates from where you're at. It's always interesting to hear what kind of weather people are experiencing. We started this ball game at 50 degrees. Let's check on it here. Looks like we're still at 50. That's going to miss. And I'm going to think this might be his last hitter here. And yeah, we're still hanging in at 50 degrees. Just kind of stuck. 2-1 is the count. Here's the pitch. 3-1. And this was an issue in inning number 2, and Peterson was able to get out of trouble with that big double play ball and kind of glances down to see his teammate Murray ready to go when needed here. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out. Suzuki's at first after drawing the walk. Here's the 3-1. Swing, and good job by Page to get that ball. Ball tailed outside, and he had to reach out and catch it. Now it's 3-2. Probably a pitch that was ball 4. So it's 3-2, 1 out. You might see Suzuki go here. Try to keep them out of a double play. Not going. And ball 4. So back-to-back walks here. That's 7 walks for Peterson. And here comes Coach Winslow. He actually takes the hoodie off his head. He's going out to make the change. And that'll be it for Sam Peterson. He ends up throwing 72 pitches in his outing today. And we'll see Grayson Murray and give you some info on him in just a moment. All right, Grayson Murray, the new pitcher for the Apaches. You can close the book on Sam Peterson. Peterson ends up throwing 72 pitches. He walked 7, struck out, 1, 2, 3 batters on the afternoon, and he'll give way to Grayson Murray. 6'5", 220, a right-handed sophomore from Tyler, Texas, right here, a Brook Hill product. And let's see if we can give you some numbers on Grayson. He was here last year. From the set now, 2 on, 1 out. First pitch misses, ball 1. Grayson Murray last year was 3-2 with a 4.17 ERA. Appeared in 14 ball games, started 12 of those, 2 times out of the bullpen. So most of his appearances last year were as a starter. He only appeared in 2 games as a reliever. He did have 1 save on the year, 58 and 1/3 innings, 64 strikeouts, only 19 walks. Opposing batters hit 274 off the right-hander. So that pitch is in there. And the count now, is it 2-1? 2-2. Okay. 2 balls and a strike. We're tied at 2 on here at the top of the 3rd. And the batter is Nick Miller. He walked his first time up. And there's ball 3. It is a cooler day. You can see Grayson Murray kind of blowing on his fingertips a lot as he tries to get settled in here. 7, 8, 9 right here coming to the plate. And there's ball 4. So Murray walks the 8th batter of the ball game in the 2nd inning. His first walk, and the bases are now full of Plainsmen for 8-hitter Hunter Sandifer. All right. Hunter Sandifer's got a chance to open this thing up a little bit. We're tied at 2 in the top of inning number 3. First pitch is in there, strike 1. Well, Coach Winslow's mom has checked in from California, so go Apaches. 68 degrees, windy and sunny. All right. Well, thanks for checking in, Sandy. I may have met her years ago up in Chugiak, Alaska. I was the coach of the Chinooks for 12 years up there. And Rob was one of our pitchers for 2 summers. That's in there. And quickly now, 1-2. Murray's starting to find it a little bit as he's going from the full windup with the bases loaded. 1 out in a 1-2 count. Swing and a miss, got him. Big strikeout there for Grayson Murray. His first of the afternoon, strikeout number 4 for Tyler pitching. Now, the 9-hitter Caden Miller steps in.
Now batting, the shortstop, Caden Miller.
Laid down a sac bunt his first time up and got a chance to give the Plainsmen the lead here. Murray trying to shut the door. Little tapper, third base spot. This is a tough play. Long way to go. You throw it quickly and not in time. Well, that was a situation where you had Cooper Hill playing way back with 2 outs and a little chopper, and Cade Miller able to beat out the infield single. 1B5 is an RBI. Everybody moves up a station.
Jake Scott.
And the bases are still loaded, and it's 3-2 Plainsmen. First pitch in there for a strike. Fastball inside. Well, Murray did all he could to get a kind of a weak contact swing there. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. And unfortunately for the Apaches, Cooper Hill, and he's back again on this play, he was playing back with 2 outs, just trying to keep that ball in the infield, and it was just a little chopper. Pop up right side, Lincecum at first base, and that's actually fair ball. It's going to be F3 to end the inning. So minimal damage there. Nice job by Grayson Murray. He does give up the 1 run, which actually will go on Peterson, but could have been a lot worse. And we do have a new score going to the bottom of the 3rd. It's now Frank Phillips 3 and Tyler 2. Back in just a minute. 3-2 Plainsmen as we go to the bottom of inning number 3. Check on some of these emails here. Jennifer, Autumn, and Roland Rodriguez cheering our favorite Apache, Renee Galvan from Sinton, Texas. I shared this before, I think last year, but I coached a young man from Sinton years ago, Rick Dyer. His dad used to fly up here in his own plane from Sinton. I don't know if Mr. Dyer's still down that way, but if he is, our best wishes to a former Apache, Rick Dyer and his family, and also thanks for the Rodriguez family checking in, Jennifer, Autumn, and Roland, cheering for Renee Galvan. And who's at the plate right now but Renee Galvan? Nobody on, nobody out, bottom of the 3rd inning. Frank Phillips has just taken a 1-run lead in their half of the 3rd. First pitch misses, ball 1. Thanks for those emails. Keep them coming. 54 and sunny. High pop-up, left field, and boy, you better stay with it. He dropped it. Galvan hustles to second. That'll be an error. Battling that wind and just went right off his glove and missed it. So E7 is going to get Galvan to second base. It was a high pop-up, and boy, you saw the feet moving. That's the key on a windy day is keep the feet moving. I'm going to tell you, I would tell my outfielders to play a step or two deeper than they normally do. And anything that goes up, you got to keep those feet moving. And the right fielder, Tyler Spiteri, had trouble dealing with that East Texas wind. And he had it in his glove, and it came out. So I think we're going to score an error at this point. E7. And Galvan at second. Now it's Ryan Brown. He struck out looking his first time up. And the Apaches with the tying run at second with no one out here in the 3rd inning. Here's a ball in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, I was trying to read that email from Brandy, Seth, and Cy Soto. And it's 54 and sunny from Georgetown. Got a former Apache, the head coach down there at Georgetown High School. Jordan Vieira played for me years ago, and they won the state title last year. Or is it last year or 2 years ago? 2 years ago? Okay. So good to hear from the Sotos. And I'm glad to hear there's some sun in Texas somewhere. Not here. There's a strike, and Brown will have to come back to home plate. Let that umpire make the call, fellas. I'm telling you. They don't like it when you run down the line. 3 balls and a strike. That was a 3-0 pitch that Brown thought was ball 4. Jacob Palmer continues to work here. 42 pitches now for Palmer. Ball's up in the air, and it's going to carry. Spiteri back to the warning track. He does track this one down, and hustling to third is Galvan. And it'll be a fly ball for Ryan Brown. And, boy, I'm telling you, that wind is really, if you get it up in the air like that, that ball carried all the way to the warning track. Good job by Spiteri to stay with that one. And now runner at third, 1 out. Opportunity here for Austin Page. First at bat for Austin. He took over for Finn Kayala in the, last inning. And this will be his first plate appearance of the afternoon. First pitch misses low, ball 1. So thanks for checking in, the Soto family from Georgetown. And Nikki Allen checking in from Prosper, Texas. Appreciate that. Good to hear from all of you. Keep them coming. Here's the 1-0. Boy, good pitch right there. Had some good bite to it. Up under the hands of Page. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, you got West at first base, and the third baseman, Miller, kind of even with the bag. The middle infielders playing normal depth here. The 1-1. There's a ground ball to second. That will score a run, and you misplay it. Suzuki's been pretty solid with the glove, but not that time. Another error, 2 in the inning. And the Apaches have tied the ball game. Kind of a routine grounder. It looked like Suzuki might have just taken his eye off it. And the Apaches are now tied. And here's Cooper Scott. RBI single to center his first time up. He's 1 for 1. So, yeah, both these coaches have played kind of, I don't know, I won't say conservative. They've kind of allowed for some of those routine ground ball outs to create runs. That was going to be a run either way. The 0-1. Yeah, that is scored that way. If he was going to score either way. Even they weren't going to throw him out. So a lot of times on an error you won't get an RBI, but on that play the runner would have scored either way. So we'll give an RBI to Austin Page, even though the ball was misplayed. Baseball's got some quirky rules like that on occasion. So no balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Boy, good hack right there. Just missed it. Cooper Scott, a healthy rip. And he'll get another crack at it here with an 0-2 count. Starting pitcher Jacob Palmer still on the mound. 49 pitches for Palmer, the freshman from Pflugerville. Pflugerville's not too far from Georgetown. Yes, a lot of these guys over some of the select ball tournaments and high school games and tournaments, you're going to have a lot of overlap with some of these players. Little looper into center. It's going to carry, and boy, can't make the play. Jake Scott, I think he was thinking it was going to come further, and now the runner will be caught off and thrown out. So a little aggressive turn by Cooper Scott. It'll be a single for Scott to center, and boy, the throw came in 6-3, I think. And Scott was caught. He thought he had a double. I think he might have thought it got by Jake Scott in center field. And kind of a tough play out there. Scott, it hit before it got to him on the ground. He did smother it. And you had Austin Page hold up at second base. And so a base running error there cost the Apaches an out. And now it's Cooper Hill. Grounded out to first base his first time up. He's 0 for 1. The first pitch was a ball. The 1-0 pitch is in there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the third inning, we're tied at 3. The Plainsmen have scored in all 3 of their innings. The Apaches 2 in the first, none in the second, and 1 here in the third inning. I dropped an off-speed pitch right over the heart of the plate. I don't know what happened there. Isaac Vega is kind of, I don't know if he changed up on him or what, but not sure he got what he expected on that last pitch, but it was a strike. Looked like a bit of a hanger. I don't know if it was a changeup or a breaking ball. Here's the 1-2. Just missed. I think they're crossing him up on the last 2 pitches. Isaac Vega, he's got I don't know if they're giving visuals here. I think he's got the PitchCom radio in his ear, relaying the signs to Palmer on the mound. That ball's in the dirt. It's going to get away. A wild pitch will move Austin Page over to third base. So now the Apaches the leading go-ahead run at third base. 3-3 our score. 3-2-2 for the visitors from Frank Phillips. 3-4-1 for the homestanding Tyler Apaches. We're in the bottom of inning number 3. Next pitch, fouled straight back. And that's into the parking lot. We're right next to the Rose Garden here at Mike Carter Field, and right next to the Tyler Rose Football Stadium, as well as the Tyler Convention Center back behind us here. So the Rose Complex with a lot of event venues on site. about a mile inside the West Loop here in Tyler, and that's a walk issued to Cooper Hill. Here's Grayson Lincecum. That walk will be walk number 2 for Jacob Palmer. And you got runners on the corners with 2 outs for first baseman Grayson Lincecum. Grounded out to third base his first time up, so Lincecum 0 for 1. And that was Lincecum's first at bat of the season. He got some activity down in that Frank Phillips bullpen. First pitch misses, ball 1. This next pitch will be pitch number 60 for starter Jacob Palmer. You know, as cool as it is, and early in the season, you just can't go too deep on the pitch count with these starting pitchers. Sam Peterson threw 72 in his outing today. And Palmer about to throw pitch number 60. Boy, pulled the string there. And it's 1-1. Wind continues to blow straight out here at the ballpark. This ballpark, built in 1938, seats about 4,000 fans. Had a few. I've been out here a few times where this place has been packed. Back in the days when they had the pro team. Had the San Diego Chicken out here one night. They actually had to put folding chairs on the warning track in front of the bullpens to seat the people. There were so many. Ground ball foul. That was probably the only times I saw this place absolutely packed. There was no seats anywhere. And what a fun atmosphere for the pro team. We had the Tyler Wildcatters and then the Tyler Roughnecks playing at this ballpark. Probably for about 4 or 5, 6 years in a row. And then since then, it's just been Tyler Junior College and the 2 high schools, Tyler High and Tyler Legacy High School, both play their games here. Boy, check swing, got him. Outside corner, nice pitch by the starter, Jacob Palmer. That'll be strikeout number 4 for Palmer, and it gets him out of a jam here. But the Apaches get a run, and we're still tied, or back tied, I guess. 3-3 our score. We're headed to the 4th inning. For Frank Phillips, it'll be 2, 3, and 4, Vega, Oriach, and West. Welcome back to Tyler, Texas. Dr. John Groth with you. Top of the 4th inning. Isaac Vega to lead it off. A strikeout looking and a walk for Vega here in this one. Final game of the 3-game series. Junior college is allowed to play 56 ball games, so a lot of baseball ahead for both these clubs. Both of them will have the week off, and they'll play another 3-game series next weekend. I'll let you know who. I'm trying to remember who. I think we said that the Plainsmen go to Cisco next week. I said that yesterday. Pull up their schedule and see if we can Yeah, they are at Cisco. A Friday noon start. Saturday doubleheader also at noon at Cisco. Swing and a miss. The Wranglers have been here at Mike Carter. I don't think the Wranglers come to Mike Carter this season. But and the Apaches will have a 3-game series against Eastern Oklahoma State College. And, again, that's going to be same format, single 9 on Friday, doubleheader Saturday next week. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Isaac Vega. A little tapper, first base side. Murray will stop, and they'll have a showdown. And I think at some point you're going to call him out here, Mr. Umpire. He's giving himself up, so they're making a little bit of a comedy of it here, so he's out. All right, the fans got a little chuckle there. It's going to go 1-U, and there's 1 out here in the 4th inning.
Isaac Vega is out.
Here's Jordy Oriach.
Jordy Oriach.
Well, I don't know. I guess you could have maybe tried to put a move on him there and make a beeline to the bag, but then you still would have had a chance for Murray to turn around and throw it. And, boy, Oriach goes the other way inside the bag at third. He's going to look for 2. Here's the throw, and there's a play at the bag, and not in time. Hustling double for Jordy Oriach right inside the bag at third. Well, we've seen these hitters do a good job of going the other way, and there was another example of that. And a 1-out double puts Oriach in scoring position for Elijah West. And Elijah West was a guy who hit one inside the bag the other way yesterday at first. Of course, Oriach, the lefty, letting that ball travel and gets it by third baseman Cooper Hill. And Ryan Brown tried to make a strong throw and did so, but not in time to get a hustling Oriach. Breaking pitch over the heart of the plate, strike 1. 3-3 our score. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Frank Phillips trying to get a victory here. A little tapper. Tough play here for Hill on the run. Not going to get him, and ball gets away. Runner will come home, and the Plainsman will take the lead. Well, that's going to be an error on Cooper Hill. Well, it'll be a hit and an error. I don't know. What do you think he would have beat that out? He had it beat out anyways, didn't he?
Now batting the second baseman, Kozo.
All right. Well, the throw getting away is really what is going to make the play. So Oriach is going to score the 4th run of the ball game, and I'm going to score an error. E5. Mike, the only question is, and I'm a little surprised that I guess it didn't trickle away far enough for West to get to second, but that runner at third base, Oriach, he was not going to come home until that ball got away, so it has to be an error at some point. And so West will be at first base with the error in a 1-0 count now. Swing and a miss. This is Kosei Suzuki. And Suzuki in his first 2 plate appearances, an RBI single to right field and a walk and a run scored in the 3rd. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 aboard. 4-3 as the Plainsmen continue. They got 4 of a kind up there. High pop-up right side, and that's going to blow back towards fair ball area. And, boy, you got trouble. It falls in. Let's see if they can get it out, and they can't. That's an ugly single right there. You know, the wind, on a day like today, you got to remind your infielders and everybody that ball is going to go blow black into fair ball area. On a normal day, that probably would have got out of this ballpark out of play, but not today.
Now at the plate, left
And so it's not a pretty single, but it's a single. And you got 2 on, 1 out. Plainsman trying to make some noise here. Here's Tyler Spiteri. A strikeout and a walk for the left fielder. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Spiteri, his first appearance of the season, did not play in the doubleheader yesterday. And he'll tap that one foul over the Apache dugout for strike 2. 4-3 Plainsman. 2 on, 1 out here in the top of the 4th. So there's been plenty of offense. It just hasn't been the big inning. So to the pitcher's credit on both sides here, you haven't had a lot of check swing. Yes, he did. They're going to call him out. And it's a strikeout swinging for Murray. That'll be his second strikeout, fifth of the day for Tyler pitching. And that's a big one. 2 outs. And stepping in now is third baseman Nick Miller.
Batting the third baseman, Nick Miller.
Nick Miller, couple of walks here in this one, so no official at-bats yet. He has scored a run. He scored the run in the second inning. So the Plainsmen have been consistent, scored a run in all 4 innings. First pitch in there, strike one. On a day like today, you tend to have those crooked numbers on the board. Not today so much. Pitchers have been able to avoid the big inning, but they've given up a lot of runs in almost every inning. Bottom of the second is the only inning we haven't had a run scored. 4 ones on the board for the Plainsmen. The Apaches 2 in the first, none in the second, 1 in the third. 4-4-2 for Frank Phillips, 3-4-2 for the Apaches. Both teams a couple of miscues. Breaking pitch. Boy, Austin Page, it almost looked like he got crossed up, but he ended up making the catch. 2-1 with 2 outs. And you're going to actually toss the ball. I don't know if you have to do that. Last year we had so much of that. I think they changed that rule. You actually had to throw the ball. We had a lot of step off and fake kind of deals last year. 2-1 pitch just off the plate. Pretty good spot. Mr. Umpire didn't think it was a strike, and it's 3-1. The Apache faithful wanted a strike on that. They didn't get the call. 2 outs, 2 aboard. Grayson Murray trying to get the Apaches off the field. Pretty well hit to center. It's a tough play here. And Galvan will not get it. It short hops the fence. 1 run's in. Here's the second run coming around. It's going to score. And the throw will not be in time. Oh, he did get to the plate. And, boy, I think there's an argument here because the slide, the throw took the catcher. They might change this. Finn Kayala was brought into the runner, and he actually blocked the plate. That base runner's got to have access to the plate. So there's a valid argument here for Coach Brown. And the home plate umpire isn't going to change his call. It appears as though they're going to stay with it. The slide, he came short of home plate. And by rule, the catcher has got to give the base runners an opportunity to slide to home plate. And what happened is the throw came in from center, and it took the catcher, Austin Page, up the third baseline just a little bit. And the runner who was trying to score was prevented from actually getting to home plate. And it was Suzuki that was caught off, that was thrown out. So it's an RBI single for Miller. And it's going to be an 8-2 put out for Rene Galvan. So lots to kind of digest there on the score side of things. But our score now, 2 runs in for the Plainsmen, and we got a new score. It's 5-3 Frank Phillips as we head to inning number 4, the bottom of the 4th. For the Apaches, it'll be 8-9-1. Lopez, Allen, and then back to the top, and Troy Johnson. All right, we're trying to sort out some of the earned and unearned runs from last inning. Bottom of the fourth, the first pop-up was dropped over at first base by Elijah West. And, boy, in the big leagues, that would be an error, but we're not in the big league, so it's just going to be a strike in the score sheet. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Alan Lopez. Grounded out to first base his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Jacob Palmer back on the mound. Pitch number 67, tapped up the middle. And this is Miller throwing across and got him by half a step. 6-3 if you're scoring at the house. Lopez is out. Good play there by Caden Miller. Ball was up the middle. And Miller kind of stayed back on that and almost paid for it. Talking to the dugout, and they're kind of encouraging him, hey, you got to play through that ball, come up and get it. Got a pretty good runner in Alan Lopez. Now it's Peyton Allen. Base hit to center for Allen his first time up. He takes strike 1. Off the plate. I don't know if that's Coach Wren's son over there on the scooter. Boy, is there anything better than being at a ballpark with a scooter and a drink in your hand? I don't know how he's doing it, but he's got a ski cap on. Not a care in the world. 2 balls and a strike. I think his oldest son, Baker, is 7. That ball's hammered. High, deep left center. This is trouble, and this is off the wall. And it's a stand-up double for Peyton Allen. That ball came within about 10 feet of getting out of here. Went right off the wall. And I thought that ball had a chance to get out of here when it came off the bat. It carried, but it didn't carry out of here. Now it's the leadoff hitter, Troy Johnson. 2 strikeouts for Johnson, 1 looking, 1 swinging, as the Apaches try to come back. Now trailing 5-3. Well, it's a back-and-forth battle. And both teams foul tip. And it's 0-1 on the Apache leadoff hitter, Troy Johnson, the right fielder. We had, I think, maybe someone check in I didn't get to earlier. The Butchers, I think, from they're in Ontario, wishing it was 50 degrees. That was earlier. Shout out to Sandrine, we're listening as well, from the Great White North up in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. So they checked in earlier and just had another check-in from downtown Navan, Ontario. Cheering on Frank Phillips, wishing everyone a safe season. So thanks for checking in there. There's the bunt. Well placed. You got to hurry, and not in time. Drag bunt hit for Troy Johnson. And you got 2 on. And only 1 out. Allen goes to third base. Boy, you couldn't have rolled it out there any better. Runners in the corners. Apache's trying to get something going here. Here's Rene Galvan. He scored twice. A walk in the first inning, stole second, and scored on the Kayala double. And he reached on an error last time up, and he scored on Austin Page's grounder to second base. So he's scored. Boy, he almost got him. He was leaning there. Johnson was leaning at first base, almost got picked off. So I don't know if you go hit and run here or you let him run, but he definitely was leaning. 75th pitch of the game. There goes the runner. You're going to throw through, and it's too high. Stolen base for Johnson. So he drag bunts, and now he steals second. You got 2 runners in scoring position and 1 out for Rene Galvan. And they're bringing the corner infielders in. They're going to leave the middle guys back. So swing and a miss. Strike 1. Basically a routine ground ball to short or second will score a run. Because what you do as a third base coach here is you tell them if it's on the ground up the middle, you go ahead and go. you got to hold up on the pitcher and the two corner infielders. And obviously you're tagging on a fly ball. Up the middle, base hit. That'll score one. Second runner is going to be sent, actually going to be held now, and play at third base. Now we got a run down. And going to try to control the rundown, and safe at home plate. All right, some nice base running over there by Troy Johnson. Kind of ran himself out of, he was bringing him, and then he put the brakes on, and by the time he put the brakes on, it was too late. And Johnson ends up scoring. And so Allen scored easily. Galvan got the second on the rundown, so it'll be a single for Galvan and an RBI. Actually, he'll get two RBIs on the play. So Galvan drives in two on a kind of a crazy play. Basically, that's the easy way to score it, is a two-run single, even though that thing played out kind of goofy at the end there in a rundown. Really nice base running by Troy Johnson. Controlled the rundown. That's exactly what you do when you get in trouble at third bases. And you could see Troy Johnson kind of waving Galvan onto second base. He was kind of conceding the out, and what you do is you get a runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the inning. And the way the rundown worked out is that Johnson actually manipulated that rundown, so he dove by the catcher and scored a second run. So we're tied at 5. Both teams have scored 2 in the 4th inning. Both teams are going to get credited with a visit and an offensive meeting there. Coach Wren and everybody but the kitchen sink over there in that offensive meeting. They're out in front of the Apache dugout. And so Galvan goes to second with 2 outs. No, with still 1 out. They did not get the second out. So Ryan Brown is stepping in. And he's going to stay with Jacob Palmer. You do have some guys appearing to be ready in that bullpen for Frank Phillips. Grounder to third base. This is Miller. He'll throw to first, and you got him at first. He stayed with it, and scooting over to third base is Galvan. So that'll be a 5-3. Ball was hit pretty well. Nick Miller knocked it down, quickly picked it up, and fired on to Elijah West for out number 2. And in the meantime, Galvan shuffles over to third base with 2 outs. Now it's Austin Page for the second time. He reached on an error his last time up. Did get the RBI because the infield was playing back, and the run came home. Big swing, and actually tried to hold up, but couldn't. Strike 1. Right at the cleanup spot, Austin Page came in to replace Finn Kayala early in the ball game, so definitely a back and forth game. Michelle Poirier checking in from Ottawa. Appreciate the comments. Want to give me a quick email? Let me know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, maybe what the weather's like. A lot of folks from the Great White North. Boy, just missed that pitch. Pretty good spot, called a ball. Pitch number 81 for starter Jacob Palmer, the freshman out of Pflugerville, Texas. 2 outs, 1 runner aboard the pitch. And their changeup missed low. 3-1. And this could be the last hitter. You got somebody running down to that Plainsman bullpen with a little urgency. And this could be the last batter as Palmer eclipses the 80 pitch mark. This is 83 now. And there's ball 4. And so 2 runners on for the Apaches. And just the 3rd walk of the game for Palmer. Runners on the corners, and maybe they're trying to see if the guy in the bullpen's ready or not. They're going to stay with Palmer for the moment. 2 on, 2 out. Stepping in is the DH, Cooper Scott. Scott is 2 for 2. 2 singles to center. Does have an RBI. He's looking for his 3rd hit in the ball game as we play in the 4th inning. We're tied at 5. Palmer, the set, the pitch. In there for a strike. Next pitch. That's off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good breaking ball right there. Scott could not connect. The Apaches, after today's third game of the 3-game series, will play a 3-game series against Eastern Oklahoma State College next weekend. 2 o'clock start on Friday. Doubleheader at noon on Saturday. There goes the runner. Pop up right side. Boy, the wind blows. You better stay with this. Elijah West was able to squeeze this one for the final out. That's going to go P03 on the infield pop-up. But the Apaches come right back and get 2 runs, and we are back to where we started. It's 5-5 as we head to the 5th inning. Almost halfway home. Back in just a minute. Well, we're going in the wrong direction here in Tyler. It's 48 now. So since the first pitch of this ball game, we've actually dropped 2 degrees. And when we went on the air, the forecaster said we were going to get into 60. Now they're saying we're only getting to 54. So those weathermen, wouldn't it be wonderful to be a weatherman? You just forecast what you want, and if it doesn't happen, oh well. You know. It's kind of like the sports commentators on TV that have these talk shows. They're never held accountable for their opinions. Oh, goodness. 0-2 on the 8th batter, Hunter Sandifer. A walk and a strikeout, and he fouls that one off. Grayson Murray working quickly here. That was pitch number 35 for the right-hander from Tyler. 6'5", 220. First appearance of the season. Last year appeared twice out of the bullpen. And all his other appearances were as a starter. He was a weekly starter, conference starter for the Apaches last year. Full windup, the 1-2. Boy, missed him. A little chin music there as Sandifer had to duck out of the way. Here comes the next train, 145 right on time. The 2-2 pitch had a notion and punched him out. Sandifer was disappointed in the call. Good breaking ball, and that'll be strikeout number 6 on the day for Tyler pitching. It's Grayson Murray's 3rd punch out. Here's Caden Miller, the shortstop.
Now batting, Caden Miller.
Well, love to hear those emails. Appreciate all the check-ins today. Fastball, top part of the zone, called a strike. 5 runs on 7 hits for the Apaches. 5 runs on 5 hits for the Plainsmen. Both teams have committed 2 errors. As we play on here in the middle of this ball game, top of the 5th. It's real baseball, Mike Carter. 9 innings today. That's how the game was made to be played. Breaking pitch, misses low. It's just a different game when you play 7. I like playing 9s. It does mean you're at the ballpark a little longer, but just think that's the way the game was set to be played. Boy, just missed. Pretty good spot right there. It's called a ball, and it's 3-1. That train scooting by the ballpark in the right field corner. That's a strike, and that'll make the count a full count. You can kind of see the train scooting by outside the right field wall. There's the horn. You also can see that flag just in the corner of the view there. Ground ball to third base. This is Cooper Hill throwing him out, and there's 2 outs. So 2 up and 2 down for Grayson Murray here in the 5th. Top of the lineup, Jake Scott for the 4th time. 2 walks and a pop up to first. He's 0 for 1. Well, you got some of these teams coming in for this tournament. Weatherford College in the preseason poll, they're ranked number 3. And they're out of Weatherford, Texas. Blinn College is ranked number 4. And they're out of Brenham, Texas. They're coming in. And I'm trying to think. Iowa Western is ranked number 10. They're coming in for that tournament in 2 weeks. And McLennan is ranked number 11. They're in Waco, Texas. They're coming in. So you got 4 highly ranked teams coming in 2 weeks on probably the highest level JUCO tournament you're going to see anywhere in America this spring. So if you're a scout or a 4-year college, I would think we're going to get some of those in there that weekend for sure. A lot of good junior college talent on that field. 2 balls and a strike to Jake Scott, the center fielder. Grayson Murray, the wind and the pitch. Breaking pitch, and he just did get a piece of it, fouls it off to the right side. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nobody aboard. Here's the pitch. Off the plate, did not go. And Austin Page decided to check it just in case. Kind of shrugged his shoulders, can't hurt. I'm always surprised at those check swings on the instant replay when they slow it down. Just how close they are when they don't appear to be to the naked eye. Pop up right field should be caught, and gathering it in is Troy Johnson for out number 3. That's a 1-2-3 inning, and that's the first one we've had in a long time here. Haven't had one yet today in this game. So that's the first time that the side has been retired by either side. A 0 on the board for the first time in the game. And we'll go to the bottom half. We are exactly halfway home. We're tied at 5. Well, we've got a new pitcher for the Plainsmen. 6'1", 200, right-handed sophomore from Rockton, Illinois, Braden Sales. And this young man was an outfielder yesterday for the Plainsmen. Next pitch is going to miss. 2 balls and no strikes. He played left field in both ball games, and now they're using him as a relief pitcher. He is listed on the roster as an outfield pitcher. Swing and a miss. The Apaches got some two-way guys. Can't say I know exactly who they are, but Coach Wren said they got 2 or 3 guys that can actually pitch that are also position guys. In there for a strike. Two balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. We're in the bottom of the 5th. 5-5 our score. Boy, pretty good spot right there. That was a tailing, looked like maybe a changeup. And that didn't miss by much. I don't think I could have taken it with 2 strikes. Next pitch. Little tapper to third base. Catch it, throw it, 1 out. Nice play over there by Nick Miller to get the leadoff hitter. Ball had a little English on it off the end of the bat. Cooper Hill. Here's Grayson Linscomb. Ground ball to third and a strikeout. Linscomb 0 for 2 today. Well, the Apache women's basketball and the men's basketball both at home over at WAG Gym this afternoon. So I think that's a 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock doubleheader on the campus of Tyler Junior College. Little looper into center. That'll be a hit. First hit of the afternoon for Grayson Linscomb. And he represents the go-ahead run. Alan Lopez steps in. Ground ball to first and a ground ball to short. Lopez 0 for 2. There will be some Saturdays this spring that there are 7 events going on for Tyler Junior College. We've got 8 sports going right now. Got men's and women's tennis, men's and women's golf, men's and women's basketball, softball, baseball. There's the bunt. Tough play here. Got to hurry. Miller fakes the throw. And no, you got to play at third base. You run and you're not going to get them. Boy, good base running there by Grayson Linscomb. So that'll be an infield single on the bunt. And boy, good base running, going to get you all the way to third base. And so you just give a 2++ on the base running to get him over to third. And runners on the corners now, only 1 out. And a 9-hitter, Peyton Allen. He doubled to left his last time up. He's 2 for 2. A single to center his first time up back in the 2nd inning. Apache's threatening to take the lead here. Well, the thing that's interesting here is that Miller did not get in very quickly. He must not have been playing in too far. By the time he picked it up, he kind of knew he didn't have a play, so he faked the throw, but no one was covering third. That ball's hammered to left, and it's caught on the line, and he dropped it. They're going to call him out. The field umpire is going to call him out, and then he dropped it on the transfer. So they are going to call it an out, and that'll be just a sac fly for Allen. Going to go F7. And Linscomb comes scampering home. That's a strange play. I guess he caught it and dropped it on the transfer. I kind of looked down at my score sheet. Next thing I know, the ball's at his feet. And so that was Tyler Spiteri, who's had some challenges today with that wind. He caught it, and then it popped out of his glove, or I guess it fell on the transfer. That's what the umpire's call was. So the out was recorded, and that'll be out number 2 of the inning. It's a F7 sacrifice for Peyton Allen, and Lopez is at first base. And you're probably going to try to get him over at some point during this at-bat. Step and a dive back. It's the same thing that Sales is thinking on the mound. Going to keep him close. Troy Johnson is the batter. 1 for 3. Laid down a perfect drag bunt his last time up. And would end eventually steal second, come around to score on the single by Rene Galvan. Drops a breaking ball right over the heart of the plate, strike one. Well, it looks like Coach Henderson from the softball team out here again today. No balls and a strike. Sales, the set, the pitch. There goes the runner. Throw down and got him. Well, no replay to check here. So, yeah, you got a caught stealing. Lopez looked back to home plate as if to say, check the replay, but no replay here. Caught stealing will end the inning. But the Apaches get another run and take the lead. It's now 6-5 Tyler. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Back in just a minute. Top of inning number 6. Isaac Vega will lead it off. 2, 3, and 4 for Frank Phillips. They now trail the Apaches, and I think that's the first time they've trailed. No, first inning. They were down 2-1. And then since then, it's been 2-1. It's 2-2, 3-2, 3-3. 5-3, 5-5, and now 6-5. So we have had a back-and-forth battle between these two clubs. Much like the first game yesterday that ended up being a 3-2 Tyler win, we still got a lot of baseball to play here in this one. We're playing a full 9-inning game here. 6-5 Tyler as Vega steps in and takes a strike. Vega 0 for 2, strikeout looking, a walk, and a ball that Grayson Murray walked him back to home plate and tagged him out. So at 1U in your score sheet. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody on, nobody out. Top of the 6th inning. We're going to give you some of the schedule for that spring tournament we just talked about. Friday, Tyler Weatherford at 11 a.m. 3 p.m. Weatherford, Iowa Western, and then 7 p.m. Blinn McLennan. Those are all top-notch clubs. Breaking pitch, catches the corner, it's 2-2. On Saturday, Tyler, Iowa Western at 10. 1 o'clock, McLennan, Iowa Western. 4 o'clock, Tyler McLennan. 7 o'clock, Weatherford Blinn. That's the Saturday schedule. Fouled off to the left side, out of play. On Sunday, it's McLennan, Iowa Western at 11. Blinn, Weatherford at 3. Tyler, Blinn at 7. So all kinds of great baseball that weekend. Boy, that's a lot of baseball. 10 games by my count. And so a lot of good baseball here on that weekend. And if you're able to get out and enjoy it, great. We will broadcast at least the Tyler games. I'm not sure about the other ones. So we'll have, I think, 4 games that weekend. Split doubleheader on Saturday. They play the early game on both Friday and Saturday. and then they play one of the late games on Saturday, and then the last game of the tournament on Sunday night. 3-2 pitch, grounder, second base, and Lopez gobbles it up, throws it over, and there's out number one.
Now batting the right fielder, Jordy.
Here's Jordy Oriach. He'll step in. Doubled to left field his last time up. Grounded in doing a key double play in the second inning. Boy, the Plainsmen had ducks on the pond, and starter Sam Peterson able to get out of the big trouble in the second inning. Fouled off to the left side, strike one. So on the day, Oriach 1 for 3. He has scored a run last time. He doubled and ended up scoring in that fourth inning. 6-9-2 for Tyler. 5-5-2 for the visitors from Frank Phillips. Foul tip. Comes straight back, and no balls, 2 strikes. That pitch just misses low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, we've heard from Coach Rippenthal. Best wishes to him. Says he just got in from practice, so our best wishes to Mike. And appreciate the shout out there. Hope all is well with you as well. Breaking pitch. Did he go? This is where the 3-man crew helps the cause. And I don't know if anyone making a call here. They're going to say, I don't know how in the world. And you don't have the best vantage point over there, but it's not impossible. I don't know. You're going to hear it from Coach Brown here. I don't know that you check on the first base umpire on a left-handed batter like that, but the Apaches get the call, and it'll be a swinging strikeout. And for Murray, that'll be 4 strikeouts in his outing, 7 strikeouts for Tyler pitching as we play on here in the 6th inning. 2 outs in the inning, nobody aboard, a ground out and a strikeout. Now Elijah West steps in, and West is 0 for 3. He's actually reached twice on 2 infield errors, one by shortstop, one by the third baseman. So a strikeout and 2 errors, and quickly now in a hole 0-2. Murray's got the good breaking ball going here. And the nice thing about bringing Grayson in out of the bullpen is he's going to chew up some innings here. Off the end of the bat and right to Linscomb at first base. He'll step on the bag, and that's it. So 3U, and it's a quick inning. 2 innings in a row that Grayson Murray has retired the side in order, and a couple of donuts for the first time in the ball game for Tyler pitching. So we'll go to the bottom of the 6th. The Apaches hold on to a 1-run lead, 6-5. Top of the lineup for the Tyler Apaches. Troy Johnson leads it off, his 4th plate appearance in this ball game. He's 1 for 3. Johnson laid down a perfect drag bunt his last time up. He was at the plate as Lopez got thrown out on the steal to end last inning. Bottom of the 6th, 6-5 Tyler. And the relief pitcher, first pitch swinging, ground ball to short. This is Caden Miller, throws over, and boy, Mr. Umpire in the field really takes his time making the call. He was looking, and finally did call him out. Here's Rene Galvan. You know, sometimes that play, it almost looked like Wes came off the bag a little early. And I don't know if he was contemplating calling him safe or not, but he was thinking about it. I don't know. When I see that when I'm coaching third, I always say something to the umpires. I say, can we please make sure he stays on the bag when he catches the ball? Because for whatever reason, some first basemen think that when they come stepping off the bag, it's going to give them the advantage. I just get frustrated because very few umpires will ever call that. And I guess that's why some of the first basemen end up doing it. But when I see it, I try to let the umpires know to keep an eye out for it. Here's the 0-1 off the plate. Had a couple of calls today where that field umpire has taken his sweet time making the outer safe call. 1-1 pitch. Had a notion, but held up. This is Rene Galvan. A walk. He reached on an error and a 2-run single. Officially 1 for 2. Has scored a run, driven in a couple. A breaking ball over the heart of the plate. Braden Sales threw 12 pitches in his first inning of relief. And he's working. The left fielder from the doubleheader yesterday is on the mound. Off the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. High pop-up, left side, is going to blow back toward the field of play, and boy, nice sliding catch right there by the young man from Australia. Tyler Spiteri came flying in from left field, slid, and made a great catch on the warning track. On a normal day, that ball's way out of here in terms of foul territory, and we have seen that wind give Spiteri fits here on earlier plays. He did a great job of running that one down. 2 outs. So that'll go F07 on my score sheet. 2 outs. And I don't know if any of the Plainsman pitchers have retired the side in order yet either. We've had Murray do it twice in a row, and they have not. So you got a chance here for Braden Sales to get the Apaches in order for the very first time. The 1-0 pitch is going to miss high. 2 balls and no strikes. Ryan Brown, 0 for 3. A strikeout, fly out to left, ground out to third. Wait, good hack right there. Just missed it. 2 balls, 1 strike. Full windup. The 2-1. Catches the corner, 2-2. Well, the skies are trying to lighten up here. I don't know. It's supposed to be sunny tomorrow, but kind of chilly. So a similar day, but we're going to see some more sun. Line drive to right. This could do it. And nice play by Oriach on the run. And it's a 1-2-3 6th inning. F7 if you're scoring at the house. A 0 on the board. And we're going to the 7th inning. 6-5, Tyler. 2 balls, 1 strike. This is the 5th hitter in the lineup, Kosei Suzuki. 2 for 2 today. Good swing, and he fouled it straight back, 2-2. Suzuki, an RBI single to right in the first inning. He walked and scored in the third, and an infield single in the 4th inning. He was the guy that got called out at home plate on that little bit of a controversial call, and he fouls that one off and stays alive, 2-2. There was a play at home plate, and it took Austin Page into the right-handed batter's box, and Suzuki slid head first and got stopped short of the plate. Otherwise, he would have been safe. And he was called out. That ball's drilled into center, base hit. Pretty good at bat right there by the Plainsman second baseman. So the leadoff hitter aboard, that's the tying run here in the 7th. Tyler Spiteri, the left fielder.
Now batting the left fielder, Tyler Spiteri.
Really made a nice play last inning. A sliding catch on the warning track down the left field line. And that ball, again, was a ball that would have gone out of play on a normal day. But today, with that wind blowing out, blew it right to him. And he did not give up on it. So put a little bit of a star by that game, or by that play. First pitch misses, it's 1-0. Murray, the set, the pitch. That sweeping breaking ball. And it's 1-1. Well, you'd love to get that double play here if you're a Tyler fan. And the Plainsmen got the tying run aboard. Well, Suzuki at first base with a very modest lead. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike. Grayson Murray is a starter, so the beauty of bringing him out of the bullpen is that he's going to chew up some innings. He has thrown 74 pitches, so you're probably not going to go too much further with him. And you do have some guys getting their bodies loose down in that Tyler bullpen. Nobody throwing at the moment. Throw back behind the runner. Suzuki back safely. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 6-5 Tyler, top of 7. Really good ball game here. A little cleaner than the second one yesterday. 19-10 was that one. 2-2 pitch, way off the plate. Page goes over and catches it in the left-handed batter's box, and he flips his mask off. Kind of frustrated there. If he's happy he caught the ball or frustrated that the ball got that far out. Full count with no one out. We'll see if they start the run or they don't. Swing and a miss, got him. Big strikeout right there for Grayson Murray. Strikeout number 7 for Tyler pitching. For Grayson, I'm sorry, that's 8. And 5 now for the right-hander from Brook Hill right here in Tyler. Actually, Brook Hill's in Bullard, about 20 minutes down the road. And with 1 out, stepping in is Nick Miller, the third baseman. Miller 1 for 1, a single to center to go with 2 walks. First pitch way inside, ball 1. Miller has scored a run and has driven 1 in. So good production from the 7-hitter in the lineup for Frank Phillips. And Murray going to try to keep Suzuki close to that bag. He's really not getting much of a lead over there. Just keeping tabs on him. Trying to keep that double play in order. Deep breath. And just misses a hair low. I like the pace that Grayson throws at, man. He gets the ball and goes. You better stay alive if you're in the field when he's on the mound, because he'll get the sign and he'll go. Well, he also got a couple of hitters getting loose down in the cages down there. I know that was Levi Reisenhoover down there. Called a strike, 2-1. Okay, Crater, Wilson, and Reisenhoover. Reisenhoover got the walk-off double in game 1 yesterday. He's going down in the cages. 2-1 pitch. Boy, pretty good spot. Could not have taken that with 2. Actually, there's not 2 strikes. So it was a 2-1 pitch, and it's 3-1 now. Pretty good spot, called a ball. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure. There's a strike. And it's 3-2. Full count with one out. The pitch off the plate, and you walked him. Well, now you got two on, still only one out, and you got to be thinking how far you're going to go with Grayson Murray. He's been really effective so far, but he might be running out of gas here.
Now batting the designated hitter, Hunter Sandiford.
He walked his first batter and hadn't walked a batter since then. And so it's actually 9 walks for Tyler pitching, just the second walk issued by Murray. First pitch missed, ball 1. Here's the DH, Hunter Sandiford, batting in the 8th spot. Sandiford has struck out twice and walked. Both times he faced Murray, he struck out. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. Well, you're looking for that double play ball here. You're an Apache fan. Plain's been trying to, and that is foul, just outside the fair. Coach Brown tried to sell it, and that's a good job by the third base coach, but it was foul by just a tick. And he's kind of having a little chat, a little chuckle with Cooper Hill at third. Kind of probably admitting to him he was trying to sell that thing. Everybody goes back with a 1-2 count. Boy, that would have been extra bases. Might have been 2 runs. The 1-2. That's in the dirt. Nice job by Austin Page. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We got a good game going here today. 6-5. Plain's been trying to tie or take the lead here with 2 runners on and only 1 out in the top of the 7th. We're playing 9 here in the series finale. 2-2 pitch. Off the plate, 3-2. And Austin Page having to hop outside to make that catch. Well, now the question you ask yourself, are you going to start these runners? 3-2, 1 out. I'm going to say probably not, but you might. The 3-2 not moving. Ball 4, pretty good spot there. It was not that far off the plate, and Sandiford gets the call. That's the 10th walk of this ball game for Tyler pitching, and the second consecutive walk for Grayson Murray, and the bases are full of Plainsmen. And uh-oh. So we're gonna bring Peyton Allen's gonna come off a shortstop. We'll give some information on the new pitcher when we come. Nice job by Grayson Murray. And so let's see how we're going to handle this. We're going to go to a straight 9-man lineup now. You will not have the DH. And so let's see here. Soto is going to be in the 5 spot. What number is Thomas Soto? Is he number 2? Yeah, Thomas Soto's number 2. So he'll be in the 5 position.
Now pitching for the Apaches, number 14, Peyton Allen.
And so you'll lose the DH here as Cooper Scott will be out of the ball game. So Miller comes to the mound in relief of Grayson Murray. And Let's see here. Or not, sorry, Allen, Peyton Allen is now on the mound. So this will be his first appearance of the season. So we talked earlier about some of these two-way guys for the Apaches, and Peyton Allen is one of them. Peyton Allen, 5'11", 185. He's from Bentonville, Arkansas, and a Kansas transfer. So he'll get his first appearance on the mound for the Apaches here with one out in the 7th inning. Big spot in this game. And by him coming into the ball game, you'll lose your DH. So Allen on the mound. Soto is short. Soto will bat in the 5 position. And Cooper Scott is now out of the ball game. He was your DH. So Peyton Allen takes over, 5'11", 185. And boy, what a big spot for the Plainsmen. Bases loaded. And Caden Miller, the shortstop, 1 for 2 today. An RBI base hit in the infield. Last time up, grounded out to third. He also laid down a bunt and sacrificed. So officially 1 for 2 on the day with an RBI. And the tying run at third, the go-ahead runs at second and first. And now Allen going to step off. Well, you hate to see that. First disengagement before the first pitch. First pitch. He missed inside, ball 1. Well, big spot in the game here, top of the 7th. It's been a back-and-forth battle between the two clubs. And the Plainsmen with a golden opportunity here. Line drive up the middle, base hit. 1 run will score. Second runner will be held. Tied at 6. And a solid single by Caden Miller will tie this ball game.
Now batting the center fielder, Jake Scott.
Now it's back to the top of the lineup. Base is still loaded, still only 1 out. Jake Scott, 0 for 2. Fly ball to first base, fly ball to right field to go with a couple of walks. And so a little equipment timeout here for Austin Page, the catcher, and to tie his shoe. 6-6 our score. And Jake Scott, now you're going to have maybe a pinch runner. They're going to run at second base for Nick Miller, the third baseman. So he's going to be out of the game. Number 8's going out there. And we'll see who that is.
Pinch running at second, Noah Vasquez.
Noah Vasquez will be the pinch runner for Nick Miller. So we'll see if he stays in the game. But Miller now out. And first pitch, or the next pitch, is going to miss. 1-0 to leadoff hitter Jake Scott. 5th plate appearance of this ball game. Top of the 7th. Plainsmen have tied it at 6. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. Peyton Allen has come in off of shortstop to take the rubber. Line drive left field. That's trouble. That's down. And it rolls all the way to the fence. It's going to clear the bases. And headed to third base. The throw to third. And they got him. So it's a bases clearing double for Jake Scott. And just like that, the Plainsmen take the lead. 3 RBIs for Jake Scott. He gets gunned down 8-5 on the trying to extend a double into a triple. But he gets 3 RBIs and clearing the bases. And what a big hit there. It's 9-6. Plainsmen. And if memory serves, this is going to be the biggest lead they've had all weekend. 4-run 7th here. 2 outs in the inning. Stepping in is Isaac Vega. Popped out of plate. That's going to get over the Avalon. No problem there. And the count's 1 ball, 1 strike. Boy, they've strung them together here. Single, strikeout, walk, walk, single, double. And what really hurts you in this inning are those walks. Walks kill you, man. If you don't walk those guys, those hits don't kill you as much. But given those free passes, and that's just something you got to clean up a little bit. Talked about that during yesterday's 19-10 ball game. And Grayson Murray did such a great job in relief, just ran out of steam here at the end of his outing and ended up giving a couple of free passes. And the Plainsmen took full advantage, and now there's another walk. First walk of the outing for Peyton Allen, and 11 walks on the day for Tyler pitching. So, runner at first base, 2 outs. The 8th batter of the inning is Jordy Oriach, and the Plainsmen threatening to bat around here in the 7th inning. First pitch was called a strike. It's 0-1. Next pitch, off the plate. One ball, 1 strike. 9 runs on 8 hits for Frank Phillips. 6 runs on 9 hits for the Apaches. And that's going to miss off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Allen kind of glancing in, wanting that pitch called a strike. It's got that sidewinder delivery. That ball fades away from the lefties. That one kind of came back across the back door. And it's 2-2. Jordy Oriach, 1 for 4 today. Fouls that one straight back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball to first, grounded into a double play in the 2nd, doubled and scored in the 4th, struck out swinging his last time up. 2-2 pitch, and in the dirt you throw it back. Nope, got him on the shoulder and the hand got in. It was a good throw, it just a little bit off target. Linscomb put the tag on him, and by the time the tag got to the shoulder, Vega's hand had already hit the bag. So count will go full, 3-2. And now the runner will be off with this pitch. Here's the payoff. That ball's hammered high, deep to right field, and that's out of here. Off the tree, beyond the fence, a 2-run blast. And the Plainsmen have opened this up. And a little bit of a bat flip there by Oriach. And a 2-run home run with 2 outs has opened this game up. It's 11-6. And with the wind blowing out, that was a hammer. He got every bit of that, and it went well up that tree next to the beyond the fence. So that was a no-doubter right there. Probably got a little bit of push, but probably would have got out of here either way. So 11-6. It's a 6-run 7th inning. And the Plainsmen have opened up a 5-run lead. First pitch misses, ball 1 to Elijah West, and they will bat around here in the 7th. West is the 9th batter of the inning. Swing and a miss, strike 1. 1-1. West has reached on an error twice. He's 0 for 4 in the game. Struck out, grounded out to first base his last time up. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch, and that ball, boy, a lot of movement on Allen's pitches. They're just kind of tailing off the plate. 3-1. And that got him. Just tipped him in the hip, and we're going to go to the 10th batter of the inning. So the inning continues. A 6-run inning for Frank Phillips. And they lead by 5 now. And they're not done. For the second time in the inning, Kosei Suzuki reached on a single his first time up. Well, he tried to hold up and couldn't for strike one. Suzuki has got 3 hits today. He's 3 for 3 with a walk. That pitch is going to miss. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs in the inning. A couple of runs scored and an RBI for Suzuki. That pitch is going to miss. 2 balls and a strike. Well, you've got plenty of activity down in that bullpen. Sure how long you're going to go with Allen. Little looper in the center, and Suzuki gets his 2nd hit of the inning. He's kind of reached out and poked it into center. And, boy, everything going the way of the Plainsmen here in the 7th, and that might be all for Allen. Coach Winslow making the trip out to the mound. And maybe just going to talk to him a little bit here. Well, the inning started with a Suzuki single, a strikeout of Spiteri, 2 walks, and then you made the pitching change. Grayson Murray came out, and Peyton Allen came in. Since Allen came in, RBI single, bases clearing double, walk, 2-run home run, hit batter, single. So it's been a little rough outing here for Peyton Allen in his first appearance on the mound. Coming in from shortstop. And stepping in for the Plainsman is Tyler Spiteri. First pitch is in there, strike 1. 11 runs on 10 hits now for Frank Phillips. 6 runs on 9 hits for the Apaches. Both teams have committed a couple of errors. Went down and got it into right field, and you run it down and make the catch for out number 1. Troy Johnson out there makes that catch. It'll go F9, but boy, what an inning by the Plainsmen. 6 runs on, 1, 2, 3 hits. The big blows, a bases clearing double by Jake Scott, and a 2-run blast by Jordy Oriak. We got a new score. It's the middle of the 7th. Time to stretch it out at the ballpark. 11-6. Plainsmen. Austin Page will step in for the Tyler Apaches. Well, we had a game like this yesterday in reverse. The Apaches got a big lead, and then back came the Plainsmen. So the Apache faithful trying to hope that they can put some runs up. Plainsmen came back and scored 9 runs after being down by 9. And both teams kept scoring runs in that ballgame. So we thought it would be a slugfest today with the wind as it is, and it's kind of turned out that way as we head into the late innings. Bottom of the 7th, 11-6. And Austin Page, 0 for 1, a walk, and he reached on an error. So he does have an RBI, as there was a runner at third on that ground ball to second that was misplayed by Kayala. Or not Kayala, Suzuki. just got a piece of that one. It's 2-2. In yesterday's 19-10 game, the Apaches were just barely not in the run rule category, and back came the Plainsmen. Scored 6 runs in the 5th, 3 more in the 6th. Ground ball up the middle, and nice play by Sales, and he'll flip it over for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 down. Now it's Thomas Soto for the first time. He took over at shortstop for Peyton Allen, and this will be his first plate appearance here in this ball game today. Soto played what did he do? He got in the first game. No, the second game. Got a couple of at-bats, a ground ball and a fly ball in yesterday's 19-10 win. Did that ball go a catcher? Isaac Vega trying to shake it off there. Looked like his right knee is a little banged up. Those catchers, man, they just take a beating back there. People don't realize physically how challenging it is to be a catcher. You're getting foul ball tips all the time. Some of you get conked in the head on backswings. It's just one thing after another back there. Sometimes that ball, you get crossed up by pitchers and getting balls off your hand and your wrist. There's the bunt. Perfect laid bunt. Soto, no shot there. And that's what you got to start somewhere. And Soto lays down a perfect drag bunt for a base hit. Who picked that up? Was it the pitcher? There's the pitcher. All right, so it's a 1-B-1 on the drag bunt. And now it's Cooper Hill's turn. 0 for 2 with a walk. A couple of ground ball outs. You got to string a bunch of hits together here. In that comeback last night in the 19-10 game, you got a lot of walks that helped the cause for the Plainsmen. And so you just got to have good at-bats. These kind of games, you just tell your hitters, go up there and have a quality at-bat. One way or another, try to get on base. You get deep in the count, fight it off, try to get the next guy up. Can't hit a 5-run home run here. Both teams now with 10 hits on the day, but the Plainsmen lead in the run column 11-6. Well, we're going to have an interesting box score again here for this one. Yesterday's game 2, we had 29 runs on 25 hits. That's the second game of the doubleheader. First game was a well-played 3-2 walk-off win for the Apaches. There goes the runner, and you're going to knock it through the hole. So there you go. You're stringing a couple of things together here, and the Apaches are not going to go quietly. Base hit for Cooper Hill. So maybe a little hit and run there. First and third, 1 out, Grayson Linscomb. Well, you're going to have a pinch hitter, it looks like. They're going to call Linscomb back, and let's see who they're going to bring out here. Can't see the number. It's going to be Levi Reisenhoover, I think, who got a couple of pinch hit opportunities yesterday. He's a 5'10", 185 freshman from Euless, Texas, Trinity High School. So Reisenhoover will get an at-bat here, and he'll bat for Grayson Linscomb. So Reisenhoover, he'll actually have appearances in all 3 games off the bench. And you got runners in the corners with 1 out. So you're trying to maybe get some guys some game experience, some live at-bats. And Reisenhoover got the walk-off base hit, the double down the left field line to win the first game of the season for the Apaches. Boy, breaking ball hung up there. Ball one. On a day when the wind's blowing out, you don't want to hang too many breaking balls to any of these hitters. And that one looked like it was just a little bit of a cement mixer breaking ball that did not break down out of the zone. Ball's off the plate, 2-0. One out, two aboard. You got Cooper at first. I'm not sure you're going to start him here. You started Soto, but I'm not sure that Cooper Hill's the same kind of runner as Soto, so may not be quite as aggressive here on the base running side of things. You're down 5. You need a crooked number here to get back into it. And that's 3-0. Well, we've seen this before. And again, we said yesterday, part of the comeback by the Plainsmen were some free passes. So the Apaches, they can work some good at-bats here, maybe get some freebies. One pitch away from one here. There's ball 4. So that's what you need. You need some free passes, a couple of hits here and there. All of a sudden, you're back into it. Base is full of Tylerites. First walk of the afternoon for Braden Sales. And let's see here. Unofficially, third walk of the day for Plainsman pitchers. Alan Lopez scheduled a hit. That's going to be all for Sales. We're going to have a pitching change. We'll let you know who the new arm is when we return. All right, second appearance of the weekend for relief pitcher Cody Hill. 6'3", 225, a right-handed sophomore from Munster, Texas. He'll take over with the bases loaded and 1 out. First pitch misses low, ball 1. Alan Lopez laid down a bunt last time and got a hit out of it. 1 for 3 on the day. Got thrown out trying to steal second. Opportunity here for the Apaches to get back into this one. We still got some baseball in front of us here, so swing and a miss. Pulled off of that breaking ball. 1-1. Apaches got plenty of opportunities here, and the biggest one is right now. We're in the 7th inning. You only got 1 out in the inning, so you got something to work with here. Base is full of pinstripes. The 1-1 in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. And now Vega's going to make a visit to the mound. All right, they're going to call that a mound visit, which slows the game down. There's some kind of speed-up rule, so you're limited on those mound visits now, trying to keep the game moving. 2 balls and a strike with 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Plainsman with a 6-run top of the 7th. Apache's trying to follow suit here and at least chip away at what is now a 11-6 lead for the Plainsmen. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch, just fouled it off. And we'll do it again. Yeah, there's something not quite right on that. It's got him listed as a pitcher, but the pitch count is attributed to Murray on your box score right now. So, and it does give him the innings pitched, and all the runs and stuff are going to Allen. So it's just the pitch count that's a little bit skewed. So we'll figure that out. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Got him. Boy, good pitch right there. As Cody Hill kind of flexing his muscles out there, kind of fired up. And that is a big strikeout for the big right-hander. First strikeout for him. And unofficially, let's see, that's 4th strikeout of the game. Jacob Palmer had 3. And Brandon Sales did not have a strikeout, but it's 4 on the day for Plainsman pitching. 2 outs and bases loaded. And he's trying to stop the momentum. The Apaches have loaded the bases, or had loaded the bases with 1 out, and now you got the pitcher at the plate. Peyton Allen, can't say that to him much in junior college baseball. He's got a chance to help his own cause right here. 1 ball, no strikes. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, it's not out of the realm here. Wind blowing out, if you catch one, it's a 1-run game. So, you know, I know that Coach Brown talked about this on the pregame show, how much the wind blows out in West Texas where they play. And, you know, these big leads that you sometimes get are not safe. So far, Cody Hill done a good job. Fall behind here 2-1 to his counterpart, Peyton Allen, who's pitching now for the Apaches. You'd love to get something out of this inning if you're an Apache fan. Bases are full, and you got 2 outs. 2-1 pitch. Here it comes. Good spot right there, right on the outside corner. And it's 2-2. Well, you got to put your toenails up on the plate here and put this ball in place somewhere. Got to stay aggressive on those pitches that are borderline strikes. And, boy, he's taking his time there. I don't know what the pitch count is. Yep, I'm going to say that's a ball. 3-2. I was wondering about that. Cody Hill kind of got in a zone there. And it's 3-2, 2 outs. Now you got runners moving. Totally changed the circumstance there. Apache dugout energized. Ball 4. Ball gets away. You're going to hold up at third, and a run is in. 11-7. Well, how big is that, that call where you get an extra ball in the count? RBI for Allen.
The right fielder, number 4, Troy Johnson.
Just the 4th walk of the game for Plainsman pitchers. First walk for Cody Hill. Top of the lineup, everybody moves up a station. And now you got Troy Johnson to deal with. Johnson 1 for 4 on the game. Couple of strikeouts, a drag bunt, and a ground out to short. And boy, base hit here really tightens things up for you. Ball. And this is what we saw. Saw a little bit of this from both teams yesterday, where this back and forth battle, and the walk played a big part in both teams making comebacks. 1-0 with 2 outs. Deep breath. Here's the pitch. And that's going to miss high. 2-0. And now you're going to get someone hustling down to the Plainsman bullpen. They got a right-hander throwing down there. And this is you're going to get a visit from Kyle Shore, the pitching coach. And you got, looks like number 34 down there in that bullpen. We'll check on that here momentarily. That would be William Butcher, freshman out of Ottawa, Canada. He's down there loosening up if Cody Hill can't quite pull things together. Hill finished the game in that walk-off victory for the Apaches in Game 1. He was he faced 3 batters, got the first batter in the 6th inning to ground out, came in the 7th, single double, and the ball game was over. So he's back on the mound for the 2nd time in 2 days. And he's behind 2-0 with the bases loaded, and the Apaches trying to claw back into this. 11-7, deep breath by Hill, the 2-0. In the dirt, 3-0. Well, now you're going to take a couple of pitches, or at least one. Troy Johnson at the plate, and 1 pitch away from making it 11-8 ball game. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. Pretty good spot right there. Call the ball. So 2nd walk for Hill, and that will be all for the big righty. RBI walk for Johnson. 5 walks in the game for Plainsman pitchers. And we got another pitching change. The 8th batter of the inning will be Rene Galvan. We'll have a new pitcher. We'll make sure that we know who it is. Let you know that in just a second.
Center fielder, Rene Galvan.
Rene Galvan will step in. New pitcher is William Boucher, 6'2", 225, a right-handed freshman from Ottawa, Canada. And boy, what a spot to come in for your first outing of the year. 2 outs, bases loaded, 11-8. The tying run now at first base. Go-ahead run at the plate. Galvan to a 2-run single earlier in the game. First pitch misses, ball 1. Galvan today has walked, reached on an error, singled, and popped up to left field. So officially in the books, he's 1 for 3 with 2 RBI. 1-0 pitch, full windup for Boucher. The pitch. Inside corner, called a strike. Well, you got Reisenhoover at third, Allen at second, and Troy Johnson at first. So pretty good speed out there on the bases for the Apaches. The 1-1. Boy, inside corner, called a strike. Got the call. William Boucher trying to get the Plainsmen off the field here with minimal damage. Apaches have put 2 more on the board. 11-8. Boucher has the sign. Here's the pitch. Fouled off to the left side. That's going to go out of play. We'll do it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, when you got 2 outs like this, the base runners are moving on crack of the bat. They're actually moving with 2 strikes on a swing. So if you find a gap here, you got a chance to clear these bases and tie it. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. Boy, big strike out there for William Boucher. And that will do it for the Apaches. They can only get 2 here in the 7th, but they do crack into the lead. And we got 2 more innings of baseball. Hold on to your hats. It's 11-8. Back in a minute. All right, here we go. Top of the 8th. You better hold on. We got all kinds of changes to let you know on. The Apaches have sent Peyton Allen back to short, and Tanner Chalette is now on the mound. First pitch is in there, strike 1. This is the 7-hitter, Noah Vasquez. Well, that's not right. Who's this? This is number 12. Nick Miller fouled off. Well, how did that work? I thought Vasquez ran for him. He's on deck. Okay, we had it wrong. Okay, that makes sense. Vasquez is on the on-deck circle. He ran for Sandiford. All right, we're trying to get our scorecards right here in the press box, so bear with us. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Nick Miller, and that's going to miss inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tanner Shillette, his first mound appearance of the 2024 season. And so we're trying, the Tyler lineup is equally as confusing here. Shillette is in the 5 spot if you're keeping score at home. Flores is now playing first base. He's in the 7 spot. Allen will stay in the 9 and go back to short. And Shillette lets one fly, and Austin Page barely caught it. So it's now 3-2. And Nick Miller at the plate, the pitch. Fouls it straight back. We'll do it again. Well, really important if you want to get back into this game for the Apaches to try to keep this thing right where it's at, put a 0 up. So Shillette coming out of the bullpen, and he'll try to get this first out. 3-2 count on Nick Miller. Strike 3 called, got him. And we are in the 8th inning. First strikeout for Shillette. And that was a breaking ball that just got the top of the zone. 8 strikeouts unofficially for Tyler pitchers. And there's 1 out in the inning. Now it's Noah Vasquez for the first time. He was a pinch runner back in the 7th inning as the Plainsmen brought 11 batters to home plate and ended up scoring 6 runs in that inning. Apaches came back with 2. 11-8 here in the top of the 8th inning. Fouled off to the left side. That is going to get over the Avalon. Not by much, though. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, nobody aboard. 11-10-2 for Frank Phillips. 8-11-2 for the Tyler Apaches. Shillette, the wind, the pitch inside. 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody aboard. Tanner Shillette, full windup, off the plate. He'll go full for the second batter in a row. Nothing's coming easy here for either team. And you had William Boucher come in and get a big strikeout with the bases loaded of Rene Galvan. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. Back-to-back strikeouts for Tanner Shillette. And now it's the 9-hitter, Caden Miller, the shortstop. Miller, a couple of base hits today. He's got 2 RBI on the day. And he is 2 for 3 with a sac bunt. And a couple RBIs to go with that. So Shillette trying to pitch a perfect top of the 8th. Just misses high, ball 1. That wind continuing to pick up here. I'll check on the temperature. Had dropped since we started. It went from 50 to 48, and we're going to check it here. See what it says. It's well, it climbed to 49 now. It feels like 43 with that wind. Here's the 2-0. And that's high, 3-0. So we fluctuated just like the scoreboard back and forth. It started at 50, then 48, now it's 49. Okay. Well, we've been corrected here. Sorry about the mispronunciation. We're told that the pitcher is Will Boucher. So, sorry about that. And there's ball 4. So a 2-out walk to the 9-hole. Caden Miller will bring up the leadoff hitter, Jake Scott. Thanks for the heads up there, Miss Butcher. I think it's Miss Butcher. I think we were checking on that. We were trying to remember if this was the. We didn't get the name, the pronunciation until just now on William or Will. So Will Boucher now the pitcher. We'll see if he stays in the game. I would think he would. Came in and got a big strikeout to end the 7th inning and keep that Apache rally intact. They scored 2, but left them loaded. 1-0 pitch from Chalette. That's going to miss. 2-0. Well, we'll visit from the catcher. Unofficially here, the Plainsmen have left 9 runners on base, so it could have been a lot worse for the Apaches. The Apaches have left 9 on themselves, 4 in scoring position and 5 for the Plainsmen. So there's been plenty of opportunities for these two clubs. They've taken advantage of some of them, and sometimes the pitcher and defense have gotten them out of holes. Next pitch, misses high, 3-0. So now, after getting 2 strikeouts, Tanner Chalette, 1 pitch away from walking 2 guys in a row. Next pitch, and that's away inside. No, that's 13 walks in this ball game for Tyler pitching.
Now at the plate, number 10, the catcher, Isaac Vega.
Now it's Isaac Vega, 2 on, 2 outs. And, well, you've just seen that from both clubs. Some of the bullpen pitchers have come in, and they have their moments of brilliance, and then they have their moments there they are losing the command. Swing and a miss, strike 1. And it's probably to be expected here early in the season, especially on a cooler day. And these guys still haven't really found much of a rhythm here in the early season ball games. Fouled off to the left side, and just like that, Chalette ahead 0-2. After walking 2 guys, he's buckled down and 1 pitch away from getting off the field. 11 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors for the Plainsmen, 8-11-2 for the Apaches. Strike 3 called. He did strike out the side. So that'll get a little energy from the Tyler dugout. Tanner Chalette strikes the side out. That's 10 strikeouts for Tyler pitching. And it's a 0 on the board when you really needed one. Now, can you come back and chip away again at a 3-run lead by the Plainsmen? We'll be back in just a moment with the bottom of the 8th inning for the Apaches. It'll be 3, 4, and 5. Brown, Austin Page, and Tanner Chalette. Back in just a minute. Ryan Brown will lead it off for the Apaches. 3, 4, and 5. Ryan Brown 0 for 4 today. Last time up, got robbed by the left fielder, Tyler Spiteri. First pitch by Will Boucher is going to miss for ball 1. Just off the plate, 2-0. Well, it's a 3-run game, and the Apaches have 6 more outs to try to get back into this one. And Boucher falls behind 3-0. Brown, Austin Page, Tanner Shillette will bat in his own defense here. Now that you're in a 9-man format, once you brought Peyton Allen into the ballgame, you lose that designated hitter, and so Shillette will slide into the 5 spot. Of course, Tanner is a two-way player, so he has a chance to help his own cause. That ball is high to center field. It's got a chance, and that ball is gone. Solo home run for Ryan Brown, and just like that, it's a 2-run game. Well, I'm telling you, anything that goes up in the air's got a chance. That ball got up quickly, and it kept going. Not sure it gets out on a regular day, but the wind blowing out today helped that thing get out, and it's a 2-run lead, and you still got nobody out here in the 8th. Now it's Austin Page.
Number 16, Austin Page.
First pitch misses inside. Ball, no strikes. Well, that energy it came off the field when you strike out the side, and it carries over with the leadoff homer. Line drive up the middle, and boy, that old momentum is swinging back the Apaches' way here. Home run and a solid single. And there is energy coming out of that dugout. Now it's Tanner Shillette. He will get to bat as the pitcher. And he's capable of going out of here. If he does, look out. We'd be tied. Boucher, the pitch. Ground ball to a third. You could to 2. 5, 4, and 3. Double play. Big play right there for the defense. And, boy, that kind of takes the steam out of your sails. Shillette swings at the first pitch he sees, and it's routine. Miller to Suzuki to West, and that will erase the base runner. 2 outs in the inning. That's a big play right there. And now it's Cooper Hill's turn. Well, you got one of those runs back. See if you can scratch and claw and maybe get another one back, and maybe you go to the 9th with a 1-run game. Line drive. West flags it down. He'll take it himself. And, boy, that momentum just goes back and forth. A couple of hard-hit balls, and that'll do it. The Apaches get 1 run on the solo shot by Ryan Brown, and our new score as we go to the 9th inning, 11-9, Plainsman. All right, the Apaches have gone to the bullpen once again. Your new pitcher, 6'1", 190, a right-handed sophomore from Hazlet, Texas, Cody Brash. Brash will take over on the mound. You move Tanner Shillette to first base, and so Brash will actually be in on your lineup card, batting in the 7 position, and he'll try to get the Apaches off the field with no runs, and then you'll have a pinch hitter here to lead off the 9th. So we'll have to see. I don't know, is he making another change here? When?
Gabe Flores now at first base for the Apaches.
Well, wait a minute. They're trying to make a change here. I don't know. They're trying to sort it out. Coach Wren's down there sorting it out with the umpire. You can put Shillette at first. You would just bring Cody Brash in the 7. Now, if you put Flores back in there, then you'd put Brash in the 5, which is what Shillette just did. So I don't know. He may not let him do it. They're going to have to keep Shillette out there. I think they already made the change, and so Coach Wren tried to flip it back. And so what's going to happen here, I think he may have realized too late that he was going to have to pinch hit for Brash to lead off the 9th. And because what you would have had Flores leading off the 9th. And so now he'll have a pinch hitter, someone who's left on the bench, to try to lead off the 9th inning. And that's all considering that Cody Brash is going to try to keep a 0 on the board here. First pitch misses. It's ball 1. This is Jordy Oriach to lead it off for Frank Phillips. Oriach, last time up, he hit one into the trees in right field. And so he's had a 2-for-5 day, 2 extra base hits. He doubled back in the 4th inning. And a 2-run line drive homer last time up. And they walked him. So Oriach will lead off the 9th with a walk. 14 walks for Tyler pitching today.
Now batting the first baseman, Elijah
Here's
West.
Elijah West, and he's looking for his first hit of the day. He got hit by a pitch his last time up. Before that, he was 0 for 4. Reached on an error twice, struck out, grounded out to first. Brash, the kick, the pitch, in there for a strike. 11-9 our score. It's been back and forth all day long. Frank Phillips started out with the lead. Apaches take the lead in the bottom half of the first. They tie it in the top of the second. Plainsmen take the lead 3-2 in the third. Apaches tie it in the bottom. Plainsmen take a 2-run lead in the fourth. The Apaches tie it. Apaches take a lead in the fifth. And then that 6-run 7th inning was a big inning. Chopper to third, nowhere to go but first. You throw it over, you throw it away. Error by the third baseman, Cooper Hill. Everybody's safe, and the Plainsmen trying to add on to a 2-run lead. That's going to be E5. As it was a high chopper. You had no shot at getting the lead runner, and Cooper Hill gathered himself and just threw it away. And no shot for Shillette to catch that ball. Went down the right field line, and hustling over to second base was Elijah West, the batter. So second and third. Here's Kosei Suzuki, and that's rascal has got 4 hits today. 4 for 4. And he's got a chance to do some real damage right here, as the Apaches have narrowed it now to a 2-run lead, but Suzuki with a chance to add on. And now you got all 4 infielders coming in. The 1-0. Ground ball, third base side, gets by Shillette. 2 runs are going to score, as by the time you get it in, it's not in time and everybody's safe. A 2-run single on Suzuki's 5th hit of the day. That is a hit. Two RBI single. Yeah, Shillette had to go to his left. It glanced off his glove and trickled into shallow right field. Both runners score. So
Now batting Tyler
just like yesterday's game in which the Apaches came back and scored runs, the Plainsmen returned the favor here, and now it's back to a 4-run lead. First pitch, low and away, ball one. This is Tyler Spiteri. Spiteri has struck out 3 times, flown out to right, and walked, so 0 for 4 officially. Made a really nice sliding catch on the warning track earlier in the game. That was a big play. Next pitch, swung on and missed. (13-9). 2 more runs on the board here in the ninth. Those are big runs. And momentum swings back towards the Frank Phillips side of the field. After the Apaches had put a 0 up in the top of the 8th, scored 1 on a leadoff home run by Ryan Brown. You thought, and then a solid single by Austin Page, and then the big double play off the bat of Shillette. Swing and a miss. Tried to hold up, could not do it. 0-2. The double play ball and then the little dribbler by Cooper Hill to first base. Wasn't a dribbler, it was a well-hit ball, but played well by West. And so this game just keeps going back and forth. And then the Plainsmen come right back, and there's the 4th strikeout of the day for Spiteri. And for Cody Brash, that'll be his first strikeout. 11 strikeouts for Tyler pitching, so that's a positive. But, boy, you just walked too many guys. 14 free passes on the day for the Apache pitchers. And you also got, I think, at least 1 hit batter. So you've allowed 15 free base runners. And stepping in now is Nick Miller. Look out, foul ball over the dugout. Coach Brown caught it off the net. Chad Brown in his 6th year as the skipper of the Plainsmen. He's coming down and talking to the on-deck hitter in the on-deck circle here. And they're asking for the ball back. Not sure what that was about. No balls and a strike with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Cody Brash. Little looper, and that'll be right to Allen at shortstop for out number 2. You know, I'm going to put a P there. It wasn't really a liner. It's kind of a soft pop-up. P6, and now Noah Vasquez for his 2nd plate appearance. He struck out swinging his first time up. He came on back in the 8th inning. Actually, in the 7th inning, he was a pinch runner for Hunter Sandifer. And he's gotten 2 plate appearances in that DH spot. First pitch swinging, fouls it straight back. 13-11-2 for Frank Phillips. 9-13-3 for the Apaches. This is resembling Game 2 yesterday more and more the deeper we play. 22 runs on 24 hits and 5 errors. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good off speed right there from Cody Brash. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, if you're wondering what's coming up for the Tyler Apaches, they're more than likely going to pinch hit for the pitcher Cody Brash, who's in that 7. And then, so it's 7, 8, and 9 coming to the plate. Then it would be Alan Lopez and Peyton Allen scheduled to hit for the Apaches. So likely a pinch hitter, then Lopez and Allen, then back to the top. 1-2 pitch outside. The Apaches have put some offense up. They have 3 innings where they've scored 2 runs. They have 3 innings where they've scored 1 run. So in the 8 innings of baseball, they've scored in 6 of them. It's usually enough to win a ball game. Struck him out. So strikeout number 2 for Cody Brash. 12 strikeouts for Tyler pitching. But the Plainsmen get 2 big runs on one hit, a little kind of a off the end of the bat shot by Suzuki, his 5th hit of the game. And boy, you go to the bottom of the 9th, and it's 13-9 Plainsmen. Back in a minute. Well, here we go, bottom of the 9th inning, and the Apaches got a pretty high hill to climb. They're down by 4 after the 2 runs in the top half of the inning. New pitcher for Frank Phillips, Carlos Vallejo, a freshman right-hander, 6'3", 220, and he is from Reynosa, Tamaulipas, Mexico. So Vallejo called on to try to nail down this first win of the year for Frank Phillips. Apaches were able to sweep a doubleheader yesterday. 3rd game of the series goes into the bottom of the 9th inning. And who is batting? First pitch swung on and missed. This is going to be, well, who is it? Zach Zavala is the pinch hitter. So we knew that we were going to have a pinch hitter, and Zavala will get the nod. 0-1 pitch. Bounces out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different people in that 7 spot today. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vallejo gets the sign. He's going from the full windup. Here's the pitch. That ball gets away. 2-1. Well, you'll take the free passes if you can get them. Plainsmen would love to get this leadoff out. Not an easy task for Zavala to come off the bench here and get on base. Pretty good spot, called a ball. 3-1. Zach Zavala, his one job is to get on base. The 3-1 drilled into left field, base hit. And so what's better than a walk? Zavala is going to hustle to second, and he'll get there. Well, that's going to be a hustling double right there. So that's what you needed, some energy. You still got some work to do. Well, another pinch hitter is going to be Dalton Wilson. So Wilson will get the pinch hit here for Alan Lopez. And he was a leadoff hitter in the first game. 0 for 1 in that one. A fly ball to left and a walk. I don't think he got to play in the second one. Yes, he did. He started in the second game. He had a 2 RBI double. He had 3 RBIs in game 2 yesterday. Grounded out to first, grounded out to second. RBI single up the middle. So you're calling on Wilson to get a big, have a good at bat here. He takes ball 1. Peyton Allen waits on deck. The 1-0. In there for a strike. And it's 1-1. 13-9 our score. Apache's lead in the hit column, 14-11. Vallejo from the stretch. And the pitch. Going to show bunt and missed it. So trying to get on base. Not a bad thought right there. And Wilson will have to go to work now with a 1-2 count. Well, especially when you got Nick Miller playing pretty well off the bag and deep at third base. That left side of the infield is begging for a bunt, but unfortunately, Wilson could not get it down. The 1-2. Ground ball to the third base. You knock it down. Miller onto his feet, throws across. Nicely done. Really nice play there by Nick Miller to get the out. That's a big play right there. As Wilson put it in play pretty well, and Nick Miller had to dive to his left, got it in the glove, got to his feet, made a strong throw to Elijah West for out number 1. And I can promise you the Frank Phillips dugout takes a little bit of a breath there. And now it's the 9-hitter, Peyton Allen. Peyton Allen's got 2 hits. He's got a run scored and an RBI sacrifice fly. First pitch to Allen in there for a strike. Well, you got a right-hander tossing for Frank Phillips down in that bullpen just in case. I'm sure they're hoping that Vallejo can finish this one up. And he's kind of matching him pitch for pitch here on the bullpen. No balls and a strike with 1 out. Vallejo, the kick, look out. That's back behind the head of Peyton Allen. 26 is that guy in the bullpen. That would be Junior King. We've already seen him this weekend as well. Next pitch. Misses inside. 2 balls and a strike. 1 out, 1 aboard. The Apaches trying to rally from behind. They're down 4 runs, 13-9. The bottom of the 9th inning. The pitch. Fouled off to the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that wind just picked up. It had died down just a tick. And now it's as strong as it's been all day. So need to start hitting some fly balls. A little drop and drive action here. Separate and lift. The 2-2 pitch. Pop up right field. That's going to be trouble, and it falls in. And I don't know why you're going to second there because you really don't need to challenge. But Allen, a hustling double. And the right fielder, Joey Oriak, kept that ball in front of him, thought he had a chance to catch it, and he let it fall in front of him. Don't know if he would have had a chance to legit. He's playing way in the gap. And so now, boy, with the wind blowing out like this, look out. You've got 1 out, and now you roll it to the top of the lineup, Troy Johnson. Double, ground out, double. Second and third, 1 out. And now from the windup, Carlos Vallejo. The kick and the pitch just off the plate, ball 1. Pretty good spot. Called a ball. Johnson, a couple of strikeouts, a walk, a ground out, and a drag bunt hit. Here's the 1-0. It's going to miss high, 2-0. Well, I'm telling you, this is setting up. If you can get Ryan Brown to the plate, look out. Here's the next pitch. That's going to miss low, 3-0. Johnson at the plate. Galvan is on deck, and Ryan Brown in the hole. He's already got a home run to center field his last time up. The 3-0 in there for a strike, 3-1. Well, the Plainsmen would love to try to finish this thing up, get back on the bus, That would make the trip a little nicer. Get this last win in there for a strike. And Johnson thought he had ball 4. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Boy, big spot in this inning as the Apaches try to come from behind. A little chopper going to trickle foul. Third base side. Well, you gotta protect the strike zone here. If you're Troy Johnson. And the truth is, you can give up a 3-run home run here, and you're still winning the ball game. So I got to believe if you're Vallejo, you're kind of pounding the zone here. Little looper in the center. That's trouble. That's going to fall down. 1 run scores. The second run is going to be held. And the Apaches now trail 13-10. 3 hits in the inning have made it interesting. RBI single by Troy Johnson. Here's Rene Galvan. 2 on, 1 out. Galvan represents the tying run at the plate. On the day, a walk. He reached on an error, a 2-run single, fly out to left field, and a strikeout. And that adds up to officially a 1-for-4 day, 2 RBI. First pitch in there, strike 1. That wind kind of tapered down here for the moment. A minute ago, those pennants were straight out. Still blowing out. Going to get some help if you get it in the air. The 0-1. Off the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, you had Vega trying to yank that one into the zone. And did not appear to be well off the plate outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Vallejo from the stretch. The pitch. Off the plate, 2-1. Well, with 1 out, if you're a Plainsman fan here, double play ends the ball game. So you might think about maybe letting Troy Johnson go here. They're thinking the same thing. The tying run at the plate, you really don't want to run into an out here, but Johnson, a good base runner, he's already got a couple of steals in this series. There he goes. And the throw will not be made. And there you go. That keeps you out of the routine double play. Another stolen base for Johnson. 13-10, it was a ball, and it's 3-1. So now, I'm telling you, look out. If you get, and that's just on the outside corner, got the call there, did Vallejo, and it's a 3-2 count. This next pitch is huge. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, bottom of the 9th, the pitch. Strike 3 called. And Galvan thought he had ball 4, and it was over the plate. So that'll be strike 3, and that is huge right there. A big swing. That's that momentum goes back and forth, even within this inning. First strikeout of the day for Vallejo, and it couldn't have come at a better time. And 5 strikeouts for Plainsman pitchers. Now you're down to your last outs. And Ryan Brown, we talked about this a minute ago, is the tying run at the plate. Last time up, hit a home run to center field. If he hits one here, we would be tied. 1 ball, no strikes. He's going to be sitting on something here. Base open. I'm not sure I'd give him anything good. Full windup, the 1-0. And that ball gets away. Runner's going to score. 13-11. The wild pitch will score Allen, and it will move Johnson to second or third base. And boy, I don't know. I'm not sure. You hate to put the tying run aboard, but and you got Austin Page sitting on deck. And given what Brian Brown's done this weekend, I don't know. The other thing is you got a right-on-right matchup, so you can what-if it to death. A 2-0 pitch coming up here. You can promise that Brian Brown is going to sit on something if he gets it. And if he catches it, we're tied. Carlos Vallejo, the wind and the pitch. Another wild pitch. And, boy, we almost had a one-run game there. It bounced back quick enough, and that will save the Plainsmen a run. Vega turned around, hustled back, and it bounced back to him. If that hits the padding back here or the netting, and then we'd have a 13-12 game. 3-0 to Brown. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike. Well, you got to throw two more of those. Here's the 3-1. And, boy, he didn't get cheated. Good swing. And now the Apaches down to their last strike. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Vallejo. And that's going to miss high. And now the tying run is aboard. So Vallejo got the call in the previous at-bat, and Brown gets the call here. First walk of the inning for Vallejo. And let's see here, 6 walks on the game unofficially. And now, are you going to get a pinch hitter? No, a pinch runner. Who is? Noah Patty.
And that'll bring up the catcher, number 16, Austin Page.
So Patty will run for Brown. What number is Noah Patty? 18. All right. So out to the mound comes Chad Brown, going to talk things over with his infielders. The tying run is Patty at second base. So you got runners at first and third and 2 outs. And stepping to the plate is going to be the catcher, Austin Page. So we'll take a bit of a break here as Coach Brown has a chat on the mound. Coach Wren is talking in front of the Apache dugout. So we'll take a break. Back in a second. Austin Page will step in.
Now, here comes the catcher, number 16, Austin Page.
You got a new pitcher for Frank Phillips. Junior King is the pitcher. He pitched to finish up the game yesterday in that 1910 slugfest. 6'4", 200, a right-handed sophomore from Amarillo, Texas. And he'll face the catcher. And Austin Page, first pitch misses, ball 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And nope, it's going to be a pickoff. Tying run is at first base. We got a pinch runner over there, and that's Noah Patty. He is running for Ryan Brown, who drew the walk. 1 ball, no strikes. Boy, do you dare steal him here? Swing and a miss. 1-1. Don't think you steal him until maybe 2 strikes, right? 1 ball, 1 strike. Don't think you want to jeopardize. He's getting a pretty aggressive lead here. Well, that was a balk. He did not stop. Really quick pitch right there, and he got away with it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Apaches, again, down to their last strike. Now you might send Noah Patty here. You might pick off. Time called by the batter, Austin Page. Got something in his eye. To make sure he can see. Yeah, this would be a point in the game where you'd want to make sure you can see. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Frank Phillips trying to nail down this win. Here's the 1-2. Off the plate, 2-2. Junior King, the sophomore from Amarillo, on in relief of Carlos Vallejo here in the 9th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And a snap throw over, Patty back safely. Well, if you get him to second here, and you still got another pitch in the at-bat, now he scores on a single. Now you got to have an extra base hit. Here's the 2-2. There he goes. Little number. This is a tough play. Shortstop's got it. He'll throw to first, and got him. Bang, bang play. And that's the ball game. What a play by the shortstop. Caden Miller, that was not an easy play. He was going toward the bag, had to change direction. It was a slow roller and a good hustle play by Austin Page trying to hustle out the hit, but that'll do it. And the Apaches, they end up getting 2 more runs in the 9th inning, but that's going to end the ball game. Your final score, 13 runs on 11 hits, 2 errors for Frank Phillips. The Apaches, 11 runs, 16 hits, and they commit 3 errors. And so we'll take just a minute, try to wrap this one up in a second. The Plainsmen get the victory here in Game 3 by a score of 13-11. Back in just a moment. All right, let's give you a wrap-up and get you on your way. As this one, another slugfest, 13-11. Frank Phillips wins it. Let's go through the box scores and give you some stars of the game. For Frank Phillips offensively, what a game for Kosei Suzuki. 5 for 5, couple of runs scored, 3 RBI. Caden Miller, a 2 for 3 game. He has a couple of RBIs. Jordy Oriach, he goes 2 for 3 with a couple of hits and a double, and he has 2 RBIs. Scott was 1 for 3. He had 3 RBIs. Jake Scott, a bases-clearing double, was a big hit in this ball game. And Nick Miller, a 1 for 3 game. He has an RBI and scores a couple of runs. And those are your offensive stars of the game for the Plainsmen. On the mound, your winning pitcher, golly, who is it going to be? We'll have to figure that one out here in a second. The starting pitcher was Jacob Palmer. He went 4 complete innings. He gave way to Braden Sales. He went 2 1/3 innings. For Palmer as a starter, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He walked 3, struck out 4. The second pitcher was Braden Sales. He goes 2 1/3, gives up 4 hits, 3 runs, All 3 were earned. He walked 1, did not strike out a batter. Then it was Cody Hill for a third of an inning. No hits, no runs, a walk 2. After Cody Hill, it was Will Boucher coming in for an inning and a third. He gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. Did not walk a batter, struck out 1. The 5th pitcher of the day was Carlos Vallejo. He goes 2/3 of an inning, gives up 3 hits, 2 runs. They were both earned. He walked 1 and struck out a batter. And your final pitcher was Junior King. He goes 1/3 of an inning, does not give up a hit, does not give up a run, and does not strike out or walk anyone. So 6 total pitchers for the Plainsmen from Frank Phillips. Offensively for the Apaches, Peyton Allen has a nice day at the plate. 3 for 3, couple of runs scored. He drove in a couple. And Troy Johnson has a 2 for 5 day. He drives in a couple for the Apaches as well. 1 for 5 for Rene Galvan. It gets a couple RBIs on the day. Those are your offensive stars. On the pitching side of it, the Apaches use 5 arms here in the 3rd game of the series. Your starter was Sam Peterson. Goes 2 1/3. Gives up 1 hit, 3 runs. 2 of them were earned. 7 walks and 3 strikeouts for Peterson as the starter. Then it was Grayson Murray chewing up 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, gave up 5 runs. 4 of those 5 were earned. 3 walks and 5 strikeouts for Grayson Murray. Then it was Peyton Allen, 2/3 of an inning, 4 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. He walked 1, did not strike out a batter. The 4th pitcher was Tanner Shillette, came on for 1 complete inning. No hits, no runs, walked 2, struck out 3. And the final pitcher was Cody Brash, 1 inning of work, 1 hit, 2 runs. It was 1 of those 2 were earned. He walked 1 and struck out 2 batters. So that will wrap up the 3-game series. The Apaches win the opener in walk-off fashion by a score of 3-2. They won the nightcap yesterday by a score of 19-10. And the Plainsmen come back in strong fashion today in putting up a 13-11 victory. And so that win will take the Frank Phillips record now to 1-2. The Apaches will lose their first game of the year, and they will go to 2-1. Now, let's try to figure out who was the winning and losing pitchers on this game. So we were tied. The Apaches took the lead in the 5th, and then in the 7th inning is when the Plainsmen would take the lead for good. And we got to figure out who was pitching for the Apaches in the 7th inning on who gave up those runs. Allen came in for Grayson Murray, and I think Murray, we'll see whose runs. Apaches were up by a score of 6-5, and whoever scored gave up that 7th run. And let's see, 7th inning. It is going to be, the losing pitcher is going to be Grayson Murray. So he'll take his first loss of the year. And going back and seeing who was the pitcher in the 7th when they took the lead for good. I think it's going to be Will Boucher giving his first win of the year. So Boucher came in, and he's going to be, I think, your winner. Let's just double check that in the 7th here. Well, actually, it's not. It's going to be Cody Hill, because they never lost the lead in that inning. So Cody Hill will get his win. He'll get a win here. He'll get his first win of the year. And so Hill gets the win, and Grayson Murray, despite a good outing, is going to take the loss. His runs, he walked a couple of guys. They both came around to score and give the Plainsmen the lead for the very first time. So statistically, that's the way it's going to shake out here. 13-11 win for Frank Phillips. They got a 3-game series next weekend against Cisco on the road. The Apaches will host Eastern Oklahoma State College. Next ball game, 2 o'clock ball game on Friday afternoon right here at Mike Carter. And then a doubleheader on Saturday at 12 noon. So that will wrap things up for things on a Saturday afternoon. Boy, long ball game. We started this thing at 12:01, and we're finishing up right at 4, so almost 4 hours of baseball for your viewing pleasure. Thanks for watching. for the whole athletic department at Tyler Junior College. That includes Miss Kelsey Weeks, our athletic director, Miss Jordan Jones, keeping everything afloat back at Wagstaff Gym. A big shout-out to the press box crew. Bill Bumpus doing a great job on the PA. Ty Jackson on the music. Cade Bunn on the scoreboard. Of course, my right-hand man, Austin Hummel, doing those live stats. Thanks for all their help. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the shout-outs on the emails. We'll look forward to getting more of those as we progress through the season. It's been a joy doing the three-game series here. We'll be back on the air Friday afternoon at about 1:45. This is Dr. John Gross saying thanks for watching. Thanks be to God who gives us the victory through Jesus Christ our Lord. The Plainsmen get the third game of the series by a score of 13-11. The Apaches get the series 2-1 by sweeping yesterday. Until next time, from Tyler, Texas, so long, everybody.